We're streaming live on Facebook. Jadaniel, I know you're speaking, but we're not hearing you. You're still muted.
Blessed love and welcome to the Rastafari Iniversal Declaration launch.
Jadaniel, there is a feedback in your background. Could you check what other device is close to you that's on the same channel? We're counting down. We're streaming live on Facebook. We start officially at 9, counting down a few seconds. Then Daniel, over to you.
Okay. We're good to go.
Please unmute.
Blessed love and welcome to the launch of the Rastafari Universal Declaration. We're going to allow 5 minutes and then we'll begin the launch of the presentation. Blessed love.
I just I, Rastafari. Just want to take this time and bless up everyone on this glorious day, this wonderful occasion. His Imperial Majesty Kedamari Ali Selassie the First, 129 age strong. So coming from Bahamas, this Chamacas, give thanks and praise. Daily I,
Yeah.
Rastafari. Dad, I? Yes, I.
Greetings, my
Rastafari.
brother.
Jamarcus from Bahamas.
Thanks for joining. We're
Greetings with
asking
love,
everyone to mute their mic.
Yeah, man, we hear your virgin, you know? Yeah, man. Just mute for a second while we get going.
Yes, greetings.
Heart of love, blessed love, welcome. We soon get started. We're asking everyone to mute, all right? Perfect love, sis.
Blessed love, greetings in the name of Garmawi, Karamawi, Haile Selassie, and Itage Menen. Welcome on behalf of the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding. I am Honorable Prophet Daniel, your host for the launch of the Rastafari Iniversal Declaration. This event is being live streamed on Facebook on the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Facebook page. And it is being recorded, and it will be later uploaded to the African Liberation Network YouTube channel. We're asking that everyone keep their microphones muted for the duration of the presentation, and there will be a period for comments and critiques and amendments of the declaration, in which we will call upon you and you will be able to unmute yourself and speak. Otherwise, please keep your microphone muted, as it distorts the sound of the presentation. Give thanks. At this point, I would introduce our moderators, Rasekhu Tafari, Mama Desta Magoo, and Honorable Priest Dougie Smith. And at this point, I will turn it over to Honorable Priest Dougie for the opening prayer. My Lord.
Greetings and welcome, everyone. Well, prayer today will be done by Honorable Bongo Wisely. I greet you in the name of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I and our Mother Empress Menen Asfa. Yeah, today we find ourselves on the stage of world affairs, dealing with, our Father's business. Give thanks. We have accomplished an arduous task, labor of love, and an experience in of itself for I and I. So this day we are here to share it in the public space with everyone, and I give thanks to all of the IDEM for taking time out of your busy schedule on this great, glorious celebration day as we celebrate our Father's birthlight, So we will now continue on with the program as I turn it over to our esteemed sister and my co-host, Mama Desta.
Yeah, give thanks, and I think actually Priest Doug, we have a lot moving on, but we have Bongo Wisely, who is going to start us out with the morning ISIS on this glorious day, because we have so much to give thanks for. So we're glad that Bongo Wisely is joining us to give us the morning ISIS.
Yes, I just wanted them to hear your glorious voice, knowing that you are there. As usual. Bongo Wisely, we turn it over to the eye now. Lead us in the ISIS, please.
Rastafari, giving thanks. I say glory to word, glory to sound, glory be to the powers of the Most High, Emperor Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen. I say hail to the Lord's anointed, great David's greater son. Hail in his time appointed, his reign on earth began. He came to break down oppression and to set the captives free, to take away transgression and to rule in equality. Equality and justice stands for all who know that colonialism must fall. So come, make we rally round the red, the gold, black and green. Your hands and your heart must be pure and clean. Hail I, Selassie I, Rastafari. Oh, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren and sistren to dwell together in love and unity. It is like the precious ointment upon I head that went down I precepts, even I precepts that went down to the skirts of I garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the isle mountains of Zion. For there the living Heli, Selassie, Rastafari, I mandate the blessings that I should live forever and ever. Heli, Selassie, Rastafari. Why Majesty once again on this beautiful day as we celebrate the 129th Earthlight of the reincarnation, we do give thanks for the rising of the sun. We do give thanks for health and strength and all that is good. Blessed be the holy name. Why Majesty, as we gather here today to discuss I affairs, we do pray that the would endow I with the wise mind, knowledge, and understanding. Teach I love, loyalty on earth as it is in Mount Zion. Why Majesty, those of I who are present, we do give thanks for the presence. Those who will be joining us throughout the reasoning, we do pray that the would guide them in safely, protect them from all evil and all wickedness out there. We do pray that the would continue to shine the holy Ivan countenance upon this gathering here today. Use I as their instrument so that their will must be done in this time. Hail Selassie, Rastafari. And may these words of I mouth and the meditations of I heart ever be humble and acceptable in thy sight, I strength and I redeemer, the I who long live and reign forever and ever. Blessed be the Most High. Hail I, Selassie, Rastafari, giving thanks. Sila. Aye.
Give thanks, Bongo Wisely, for that, divine prayer. As we open up this historic event, the launching of the Rastafari Iniversal Declaration. Yes, Mama Desta.
Yes, I give thanks. I'm going to be smiling the whole day, so don't pay me much mind. The fact that it is our Father's celebration 129 gives us enough joy, and then to see all our I love it brethren and sisters here, more joy. And the declaration, I and I are here to declare so much joy. So where we're going to begin on our program is a small section called Rastafari Past, Present, and Future. And this is important to show that what we're doing here, even though we talk about the new faculty of overstanding, is not a new Rastafari, because the new name is Rastafari. So we're going to start with a short video hearing our ancients speak, and all this collateral that you're going to be seeing today will be available on the Facebook page and by request, the video, the documents, everything, full transparency. So I love it, Sister Colleen, if you could kindly play that introductory video on the past, Rastafari past or roots, please. Technology, you have to catch up with us.
We'll come back to it, Sister Desta.
Okay. Well, that video is very essential. So do you need a moment? We can reason up a moment. Tell us how much time, because that sets the tone for the entire day. So how much time do we need?
That's how these man-made implements work, you know. There's always some technical issues, you know. So just as man is imperfect, our creations are imperfect. So we have to just, you know, bear with it and be a little bit tolerant.
Yes,
It's a historic moment, and it's great to see all these, you know, esteemed ones, these beautiful faces, these loving family that, you know, we seldom see each other in such a glorious moment, you know. Everything culminating on this beautiful day, 129th anniversary of our father's, you know, earth life. You know? So we give thanks.
And we're gathering from all over the earth. We say Benin, we say St. Lucia, we say Virgin Islands, we say Jamaica, we say King Franchi.
Rastafari, blessed love, African family, family of righteous establishment. Rastafari.
Love
and
and
here we
as
go.
Sister Desta says.
Video started. Give thanks. Okay.
Blessed love.
We just need volume, Sister Colleen, and start from the beginning. Please, I love it.
Smiling whole day.
yeah,
Present joyous, really joyous to see all the faces, as the eyes say.
yeah.
Prophet,
Brother
Desta, blessed love, all ones.
Yes, brother.
Rastafari, Iniversal, international, global.
Yes, King Franchi.
Bless.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, my religion is freedom, redemption, repatriation, through our one violent victory, that Ethiopia, that Africa, that Jerusalem, the dinner, that Sababa, Africa are a unit. There are contact between Ethiopia, Cornhead, that Cornhead, and we are also defending Africa, well, nation well kingdom, nation well government, and we show why, and we Cornhead, that Cornhead, giant, telling the children, Israelites, you know, in that house of Israelites, of Ethiopia, royal sons and daughters, with New Jerusalem, the relation in this charges of our Lord Iniversal. So that's the
So in the university, they want to see our interpretation of prophecy if is one to go on the record. The universities make them research. Them don't satisfy with them university right of Rastafari, them no Rasta. Them want we right of ourselves. When I was going to Africa, the last night I keep a meeting down here, and they said thing coming me now if I ask you, a heart for a kingdom. Far as so we go and tell out like what the drum said, tell out Rasta doctrine on the whole world.
The tool I like I to a server, I would be alive, because we are like at the same time to bring our house, and our house together, to work together. That you may give yourself that name, I will give yourself that. But we are looking at unity and strength, so that when we are declare a government policies to us, I mean government overrule to us, Rasta, to us other, have a foundationally declaration to declare with the full unity of Rasta Universal. That's a type of unity and a sequence of it. I know at the time that I unity and I see.
It is good that you are here to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath. Goliath.
Rastafari.
Hail him high, the foundation, you know. So we had Prince Emmanuel that started, that spoke of redemption, freedom, spoke of the crowned head, Addis Ababa, he named it, our city, our home. We had Planner, who said, a heart for a kingdom. Tell out about Rasta doctrine. And of course, Rasbonagees, talking about bringing all the mansions together to work together. We say no matter what we call ourselves, let us work together, right? So when we declare to the world where I and I stand, our declaration, we are doing it in one voice. This is the centralization. So this is the foundation, the glorious foundation that we're standing on. And now I turn it over to Priest Dougie for the present of Rastafari. Where are we today, 21st century?
Give thanks, Mama. And give thanks to them words that from our ancient patriarchs. Right now, unity, as the man say, working together. Today, in the 21st century, we see a lot of organizing and organizations, which is great. If you look all throughout the continent, Rastafari organizations rising up, all throughout the Caribbean, throughout the globe. We are also advancing our thought process, which this whole endeavor is about, that new faculty of understanding as we speak of. See, training our minds to think futuristic, to look ahead. Yes, we need to look back to know where we are coming from, the Sankofa, to ascertain where we're going. Now, in today's development, Rastafari find I and ourselves, like I and I say, on the stage of world affairs. Rastafari is a voice of the voiceless, the disenfranchised and marginalized, from its inception to this hour. Presently, we find that our voice has been a little silent, because we have been, fighting for survival, trying to earn that little, funds to maintain the family structure and, the independence and the well-being. But while, our voice has been silent, ones have been working in their individual spaces and accomplishing great feats, such as this endeavor here, the Iniversal, Rastafari Iniversal Declaration. Now, as we see in this 21st century, it calls for a different approach to life. We're living in a technological age when, because of technology, we can be doing this morning, in a COVID-19 time when, we are told to be socially distant. See, so Rastafari is embracing technology in this 21st century and utilizing technology. Now, this declaration is one of those tools that will help us to advance in this 21st century. See, in this present development, we are also starting to tell our story. You find that Rastafari around the globe now writing, I and I story and presenting it to I and I people and to the world, which is something that has been lacking for, throughout I and I development. The story has been told by the hunter and not the hunted. Now the lion finally decided to tell him story. Tell him story of how the hunter drop him weapon and run when him see the lion. See, so the lion stand victorious, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. So in this 21st century, as we advance with technology, we look forward to greater development to centralize our efforts, our resources, for the greater good of our continent. Because the ultimate goal is the redemption of Mother Africa. This is not about Jamaica or the Caribbean or the Western world. This is about reclaiming our stolen legacy, our landmass, our culture, our spirituality. And we see that happening today in the 21st century. We see many youths rising up, yelling the name of Farai. What we need now to fulfill the mission that Haile Selassie I left I on is to centralize, and this document again is a valid tool in such attempt. So as we go forward, we will continue this discourse. Give thanks, Amadi.
Yes, I give thanks. And, we want to save our time for responses and the reading of the declaration. So we're going to keep these sections very brief, but it was important to reflect on where we are right now. As Jadogi said, we have many organizations and mansions, although we are in a state of affairs that no one could have ever predicted but Rastafari, because we were ready. We were ready in the way that we deal with our health, with our goodie, with our mindset. We were ready for this pandemic and what is going on the earth right now. Rastafari was ready. At least we had the tools to be ready. And now we have this declaration as a new tool. So moving right on, we want to show a little clip because Rastafari has a future. Many times I'll complain. I say, but it's just us old people. We're seeing the picture them. What happened to the youth? Where are our youths? And they're there and they're doing some great and incredible work. And some of them don't even start to work yet. So we're going to now close this section with the youth. Sister Colleen, are we ready?
Hello, we are Zula Kids and we are the future generation of the global Rastafari community. As a human being, we have the rights, and so we demand to live in a world where our rights are respected, to practice our African culture. Access for education for children that are expelled because of their dreadlocks. Justice for all Black people. We are the past because the ancestors live in us. We are the present because we are experiencing the moment. And we are the future.
Rastafari.
Rastafari. Hi. So you see, we don't have anything to worry about. We got some good ones that are on the rise and yet to be born, because Rastafari is ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. So that is the past, the present, and the future in just a small synopsis. I just want to thank Rascos, by the way, and Scorpio God, who provided that Marcus Bingi that was in the background of the song. One of the things that's very important, that everything we do is to strengthen the economy, the network, and the links that we have amongst each other, including the spirit of volunteerism. And this would not be happening if it were not for that IRIT. So we do give thanks. At this point now, we are going to turn it over to Raseku, who is going to just give us a little foreground on the origin of the Clarion Call and how we got here to this moment, July 23rd, 2021, beginning on February the 5th in 2020. So Honorable Raseku Tafari, I turn it over to you, one of our drafting committee members.
Please unmute Raseku. You're not mute, your mic's not open.
Am I being heard?
Yes, I.
Yes, I. Greetings in the name of His Majesty Haile Selassie I, Empress Menen, we give thanks for this new day. We give thanks for the celebration of the 129th and to uncover this great document that has now been released and uncovered. We must say thanks to all our patriarchs and matriarchs who went before us, the Bongo Watos, the Bongo Times, the Leonard Howells, Alexander Bedward, Sam Brown, Achille Rogers, and all the others. Sister Ajania, Bongo Rocky, and a numerous amount of names that it would take me a whole day to call. However, to go right into what we need to deal with is the African Rastafari new faculty of interpretation or understanding was called, carrion call was called out over a year ago by Sister Marina Blake, who put a call out for ones and ones to come together, and hence we have this faculty. But however, before her, we had our great patriarch and senior brother, Mortimer Planner, had put his call out some time ago, among others, such as Bongo Wato and Sam Brown, my elder, all of whom had put this great call out. So the works that is manifesting here, the works in terms of this great document that is being released today and it's been endorsed, we must say that it is very vital in the history of the Rastafari movement. It is very crucial in that this document comes out at a time when it is necessary that we create a new writ of Rastafari from within Rastafari. Because Rastafari as a movement was created by African people, Black people, for Black people, with Black people. So it's created by African people, with African people, for African people. So we must be mindful that this important document, preamble, that we are now about to release, and people are going to give their comments and ratify or come back in 3 or 4 days to give their verdict in terms of what the organization may think about it. But we say that this document has been well studied, and the call that went out has been taken up. Rastafari has taken up this call, and we have decided that the committee coming out from all the numerous amount of people and organizations and mansions and houses took the call up, came together in a body for the African Rastafari new faculty of interpretation or understanding. And this committee, this is the climax of this work. So we give thanks for the High Majesty, Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen Aswa, and we give thanks to all who contributed to this work and all who will contribute to this work in furtherance of viewing it, listening it, interpreting it. But it's very simple. It's no, you don't have to be a scientist to understand that today, Rastafari, after 80-something years, we need to have a more clarified writ. And it's not any changes in terms of what our elders had put forward, but it's a matter of being put together in a document whereby governments can see that the responsibility that I and I are now willing to take as a people and as a nation. We give thanks for all those who contributed and all those who are here. We give thanks for our great matriarchs and patriarchs who have led the way and paved the way for us. So we give thanks, and without any further doing, we give thanks for this 129th year of their Majesty. A great year to launch this preamble. Give thanks. Hail Yai. Haile Selassie.
Yai, Rastafari.
Aye, aye.
Give thanks. So now we're going to turn it over to Daniel, who has been on the committee from day one with I since, as Raseku said, from February 5th, when that email in this dispensation came from I Love It Empress Marina Blake, Esquire. And so please, Daniel, we turn it over to you for the roll call of the names of the original committee, who some made it all the way, some did not. We just got a message, as a matter of fact, from Rasila, giving his regrets, one of the original committee members. And we'll also do a roll call of all the webinar members. So Daniel, we'll turn it over to you for that roll call.
Give thanks, Mama Desta. So the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Committee from the beginning until now consists of Ras Ahuma Daddy Bosco Okanse, Ras Alexinho, Ras Aziz Khan Karel, myself, Honorable Prophet Dan, Honorable Priest Dougie Smith, Dr. Mama Desta Magoo, Ras Goyo Miharis, Honorable Prophet Greg, Sister Ifia Seals, Ras Menzi, Sister Malika Robinson, Empress Marina Blake, Sister Mitzi Williams, Ras Sila Seals, Ras Sekou Tafari, Ras Sipo, Ras Tando Sipuye, General Tau Tau Haramanuba, Dr. Ras Wayne Rose, and Dr. Ya Asantiwa Ngidi. That's the committee members. And the webinar participants, the 6 webinar series: Honorable Priest Glass, Honorable Empress Marina Blake, Dr. Michael Barnett, Ras Miguel Lorne, Ras Firstman, General Tau Tau Haramanuba, Empress Chipo Chimoyo, Ras Aswad Nkrabea, Dr. Ashantiwa Opong Wadie, Queen Ifia Seals, Empress Keisha Bowers, Empress Mawena, Wunzuya Queen Mother Moses, Sister Nikki Kane, Mama Nonlantla Mbele, Sister Kuchi Brathwaite, Dr. Anthony Hall, Ras Kos Tafari, Ras Flaco Tafari, Dr. Gaston DeCoster, Dr. Elisha Blackwood, Honorable Priest Barry Sobabo, also known as Honorable Priest Paul, Ras Ayavi, Sister Mahlet Ayele, Empress Merja, Honorable Prophet Jeff Griffiths, Empress Ima Ethiopia, Honorable Priest Isaac, King Frank I Francis, Empress Black Mary Menon, and Dr. Ya Ashantiwa Ngidi. I turn it over again to the moderators.
Yes, I give thanks to that roll call, showing how wide a participation that I had in compiling this document. It wasn't done, behind closed doors in any secrecy. It was a full transparent process. As we move forward, like Mama Desta said earlier, these documents will be made available by request as well as on the Facebook. Mama D, you have anything else to add before we move forward to the next segment?
Yes, I love it. On our production notes here, the next is for me to actually address the mandate. So this is the history of the African Rastafari New Faculty Committee. Our mandate was to look at how best to address the relevance of Rastafari culture within the 21st century and how applicable we are to the movement as Black people and our advancement at home and abroad as Africans. Because as we know, the Rastafari movement began, and the preamble and so forth will set this out, so I don't need to necessarily go there, but we had to do some digging. We had to go to the roots in order to get to the fruit, which is where we are today with this declaration, with this document. And so our mandate indeed was to create a space to bring all this thinking together, bring all these documentations, the information from the webinars, everything, so that we could present a cohesive statement that every Rastafari, regardless of mansion, as Bongo Watto said in the beginning video recording, can feel represented when we declare, when we present this declaration. No mansion will feel left out, no individual, no family. As long as you are African Rastafari and you can trace your ancestry back to Africa, the source of Rastafari, then you know that you are covered with this declaration. We have also translated, because we can't say we're Iniversal, and the languages that we're producing, whether it be our scholarship or our documents, continue to be only colonial languages. So yes, we have also translated to French, thanks to Mirja in Benin. We have translated to Kiswahili, thanks to General Toto and Rastafari United Front. We have translated to Zulu. The Zulu had a couple little glitches, so we want to make sure it's perfect before we present it. We have also translated to Amharic, which Prince Merid has vetted and he'll speak to later. And of course, Spanish by one of my sons, Christian, who is in Mexico. So we have 6 languages that are going to be presented. They're already today, as I said, Zulu. We just want to refine it a little bit, but this is historic in itself. Rastafari said we're Iniversal, so we must be able to speak in all these tongues, particularly Amharic, Kiswahili. And I would mention Zulu too as the largest contingency of Rastafari on the continent. Finally, let's see here, the languages. This what we're going through here is the ratification process. This is the III process on His Majesty's Day. You know, there will be a form that's available to ones that have any amendment. It's a specific amendment form. So you have until July 31st, once you go through the declaration in your language of choice, to submit your suggestions for the amendment. And the committee will reconvene and look at all these amendments at any given moment and insert accordingly. So there is a process for amendment. So today we will not be doing amendments, but there is a process and a protocol for that. Finally, there is going to be a post plan, but this committee, our work is done after today. The draft has been done. We're not an organization. African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding was a committee. Our work is done. And now we'll have another committee that will take it to the next level, and we'll be informed of that at a later date. So that is it for me, Jadi. I turn it over to you to speak about the process and the documents and introduce the declaration. Well, actually, the goodwill messages.
Yes, give thanks, Mama D. Yes, we give thanks. Like I said, an arduous process, but a labor of love. As you have heard many times, this came about from that clarion call from, you know, the Empress Marina Blake, you know, who called us a task, you know, asking if we are still on the mission, that original mission that our ancient had established in the early days. And if not, how have we deviated and how do we realign ourselves with that mission? In attempting to address those questions, you know, a process was developed, wherein which the volunteer Ethiopians who answered the call came together and formed a committee. You heard the name of those committee members read earlier by Ras Daniel. Now that committee now broke itself down into subcommittees, you know, with different tasks assigned to the individual committees. Now, from that process, we decided now to engage the wider family. So we created a questionnaire which was sent out globally. We received the responses from the questionnaire, which were compiled and studied. We also reviewed several documents. We took a look at the 1958 convention, one. We took a look at Pinnacle and how Pinnacle was successful as an economic arm of the movement. Seeing that covered the economics, you know, aspect of what we are attempting to refocus on. We took also into mind the parchment scroll, the Holy Pibi, you know, several of our African written literature that was given to us by our ancient. We also looked at the 22-point resolution, you know, which we drafted, you know, a lot of narrative from as well. And we culminated all of that with some webinars, 6 webinars to be exact, you know, which each webinar had covered a different topic. All that information was compiled and, you know, reviewed by the committee. Then a draft committee was established to now put the document together, to create the narrative for the document. That took a period of time, you know, many hours, you know, of dialogue and you know, review and so forth. Now, voila, today we have this document, which we are now releasing in the public space. See, a document that is representative of all. You know, that was one of the main components of this mission, to make sure that everyone was included. And for that reason, the African family on the continent was included, and they played a major role, you know, in creating the narrative of the present, you know, what Africa needs, how Africa sees this movement as a resistance movement to colonialization and oppression and so forth. You know, what didn't work, you know, some of the past, you know, some of our doctrine from the past, some of our rhetoric that was outdated, you know, now that we have even greater information. And when we say greater, it's old information, not new, but information that wasn't privy, we weren't privy to in the early days. Because as you know, the one tool that our great elders of wise mind had and used, even when it was distorted, was the James Version of the Bible. So today, we have access now back to a lot of our literature that was hidden from us. And with that, we are able to now do a greater assessment of our state of affairs and to create a document that is representative of the here and now, you know, in which we find ourselves. You know, a document that can be used to address a lot of predicaments we find ourselves in today. You know, like the youth say, children that are being refused school because of their locks and their culture. You know, virgin and sisters that are being refused work because of I and I faith. You know, virgin that are incarcerated that, you know, need the system to understand who they are so they can have the freedom that others have that are covered under, you know, whether it is the religious umbrella or just the human rights umbrella. See, so the process was very transparent. And as you see, all documents are here that establishes that. From the concept notes, from the email that was first sent out, right down to these videos, the webinars, they're all available to ones and ones. Ones can view them for themselves and see the process, and realize the level of work that it took to create this document. It might seem like just a simple, 11 pages, but it took a serious meds, and took hearts being in unison. If our hearts weren't in unison, we'd be pulling against each other instead of complementing one another and building on each other's strength, which is what I saw in this process. I was very privileged to be seated among such great minds, that was able to dissect and analyze all the information that was presented to us. So this document is all encompassing, and I hope that my family, the African Rastafari family, values this document and utilizes this document going forward to create openings where there are none, and to secure rights where rights are being refused. And with that said, I will now look at, where we are in this process, and establish going forward a way in which, this document can be presented to government officials, to institutions and relevant bodies that need to have this document, so they know who Rastafari are, who we are, seeing how we started, what's the purpose of Rastafari. This document establishes that. So these documents now, a few will be shared on the screen for ones and ones to see as we go forward. Isn't that the
thanks, Priest Doggy? Give thanks. If I may at this point, this is where we hand it over to Ras Miguel Lorne, who came on to the drafting committee as a senior jurist, senior activist, our inspiration for many of us who went on to study law. I chose not to practice law, but I did study law and get that JD so I would be able to do the works as a servant for the people. But we would like Ras Miguel Lorne to come on to address the morality, because from me, I think, laws come and go and they change. But the morality of this document, also the lawfulness, and to segue from what Priest Dougie was just speaking on, how indeed we go forward. How is this that instrument of centralization that can be used? So we turn it over to our honorable, dear brother, Ras Miguel Lorne. Please unmute Ras Miguel.
Check your mic, madam.
We're hearing you.
Yeah. Yep. That's beautiful, beautiful, great, and it's an honor, tremendous, to be chosen by His Majesty to fulfill His works. And for us to now put forth a document, a Rastafari Iniversal Declaration, which is defining ourselves. This is an assertion and a definition which we had to do at some point, and we are honored that this generation has been given that duty and that opportunity to put forth. And Sister Desta says she studied law but didn't practice law. Law is one of the things you live. If you walk on the ground, if you travel anywhere, the law comes to you and you have to define it. So we are very glad this is what this document has come out to be, that we are now defining I&I legal structure. So it is a document that will be necessary for parliamentarians, for the courts, for the journalists, and for the many institutions over the years that have contacted Rastafari for assistance to state who we are. We have now taken this bold step, not waiting for any more communication, but to send it out to the world. The issue of Rastafari becomes important because there was a time when you could safely say any person you see with dreadlocks was Rastafari. That time has passed. People now wear locks for so many different reasons. So it becomes necessary. And then other persons see people with locks.
Brother Miguel, we're not hearing you anymore. You've muted your mic.
That's Miguel. We can't hear you.
Unmute your mic.
Philosophy. So it becomes necessary to define ourselves and very important to export that definition worldwide. The document is also important for Rastafari to stand and defend this philosophy in a much more unified manner. We don't want some over here carrying that line, some carrying that line, and so on. We wanted to have some congeniality about the presentation. So it's not just important for those who are outside of Rastafari, but also those within Rastafari in terms of how we assert ourselves and so on. So it can go a long way to reduce a lot of the confusion. It also becomes necessary because not many ones can say travel to Nyahbinghi in Jamaica, can travel to a Reasoning in the Caribbean, can travel to different places. So if we can define certain things and send it out, then that can be just as weighty as if the person was in our midst, in our presence. So the technology is there that we can safely put it out all over. I want to hail brothers like, and to remember brothers like Ras Ikael, Ras Iral, Sister Jania, Bongo Rocky, Brother Iration. And I specifically mentioned some of these because enough of what we are saying today, they used to say on a regular basis at almost every gathering. As you all know, Brother Ikael, that supreme bright mind, always felt that we must reach this day when we define ourselves. And all the other names that I've called, plus many more that you all would remember, that have always felt that this is so important. You see, brothers and sisters, for elders, matriarchs and patriarchs, some of them who never ever went to school, and for them now to give a philosophy, because that's what we are doing is encapsulating that philosophy, digesting that philosophy, and then regurgitating it to the world in the manner in which the Father has blessed us with certain abilities that we can do. So this becomes even, for them to give that philosophy, it becomes mystical and heavenly. And to put it in context, brothers and sisters, it took 320 years after Christ had passed at the Council of Nice for them to declare his godliness. 320 years after. Zoroaster who was declared by the Persians to be one of their most holy prophets, that came over 300 years after he has given his reasoning and his thinking. In terms of Hinduism, Buddha, the goddess Kali, Lord Rama, and Krishna, that philosophy developed within a period of about 500 years for them to settle as to what is Hinduism. So for I and I, since the announcement to the world in 1930 of His Imperial Majesty, because that's what the coronation was, an announcement to the world that I am He. The birth was the ascension upon the earth. And therefore, if you take 1930 to now, we're talking 91 years. So to have come to this realm in less than 100 years, when others have taken 300 and 500 years, it is something that we can feel very proud about and we can feel very thankful about. I would further want to point out that when minds come together and when we journey within the past with what that from that which has been bequeathed unto us, and we put it together, then we are able to achieve so much more things. And this document, this universal document, is a reflection of that. So I give thanks, blessings and honor, and we hail thy majesty, Haile Selassie, now and forevermore. Give thanks.
Rastafari.
Rastafari. Give thanks. Give thanks. Wow. Ras Miguel, you know, you always humble me, teach me, make me feel good, reaffirm me. And I know many of your students and compatriots feel the same way, you know, because you have been consistent. And that is what we have tried to be through this document, is consistent. And we have curated, we have had the responsibility, we have taken the charge to curate who we are in the 21st century. I know often you speak about judges who call you to find out about one aspect or another regarding Rastafari, so as how to judge on a particular case. As the baby said, Zula kids in the beginning there, that they want the right, they demand, matter of fact, he didn't say want, he said we demand the right to be able to go to school and these things with our locks and so forth. So we give thanks, and all the legal minds, the farmers, the poets, the painters, they're all going to be a part of the next step of this declaration. And as we get into the reading after the goodwill messages, we'll go there. So we're going to first start with, let's start with Dr. Garvey. Priest Doggy, you want to start with Dr. Garvey, and then we'll go to King Frankai for the following message. So this section is just messages of goodwill that have been pouring in from different ones that we would like to share. And then we're going to go right into the reading of the declaration.
Yes, Mama D, give thanks. Before I even start this, these few words from Dr. J, I must join you and say, as a student of Miguel myself too, you know, knowing Ras Miguel has sharpened my intellect greatly, you know, because over the years we have constantly kept in touch and he fed I and I with a lot of historical knowledge, you know, put a lot of legal things into context, you know. So we give thanks, and give thanks that he took time out of his busy schedule to help I and I to draft this document, to guide I and I as a senior elder on the move. Yes, Ras Miguel, give thanks. Yeah, I will go right into the reading now of the few words from Baba Julius, Rastafari Universal Declaration. The Rastafari Universal Declaration is an important document relating to the education, health, governance, and socio-economic development of Africans in the diaspora. It espouses a way of life founded on African spirituality and universal principles of Maya and Ubuntu. At this juncture in our history, it focuses on liberation, redemption, repatriation, and reparations for all African people who have suffered the ravages of slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism. It is a fundamental ethos in Pan-Africanism. As such, it is in line with the teachings of my father, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. The focus on unity, organizational structure, substantive projects, and ideological advocacy is welcomed at this time of reset as we create a better future out of the changed present, out of the changed present. Here ended the words of Baba Julius. Jobless.
Yes, we give thanks, Dr. Julius Garvey, for sharing those words with us. And as a matter of protocol, let me just go ahead and read the other two that have come in, because I want to give King Frank I some serious space to be able to share, as he has had time to review the declaration, his thoughts and his message and his guidance as we go forward. So I received this message this morning from Ambassador Kwesi Kwartey, who is the former deputy chairperson of the African Union, a well-known Pan-Africanist that served as ambassador in the Caribbean. So many know him there. He knows some parts of Jamaica where I born and grew and have no idea about. And he says, on the occasion of the 129th birth date of Pan-African and founding father of the OAU, now AU, we reflect on the contributions of His Majesty towards African unity and his impact on the Rastafari movement, a revolutionary 20th century way of life centered around Africa. It is an honor for me to extend congratulations on this August occasion on the launch of the Rastafari Iniversal Declaration, an instrument to help galvanize and strengthen Rastafari brethren and sisters at home and abroad as they raise African consciousness and install African pride and hope in all children of Africa. And so we'll share that. And then the final message I want to read came from Ambassador Erica Bennett, who says, this is from Ghana also. On behalf of the Diaspora Africa Forum, the first and only diplomatic mission in Africa and the world, representing the interest and right of return of Africans in the diaspora, we extend congratulations on the launch of the Rastafari Universal Declaration. It is a bold and necessary document at an important time for African governments, the African Union, relative ministries, and Pan-African organizations in general. This declaration will allow for greater understanding, she writes, as to who Rastafari people are and what you stand for. African unity and success and advancement of people of African ancestry, wherever they reside. Wishing you all the best, and we know that our liaison to the African Union, Dr. Desta Megu, will help ensure this declaration is developed into an important asset for the Rastafari community. Her Excellency, Dr. Erica Bennett, Head of Mission, the Diaspora Africa Forum in Accra, Ghana, on the W.E.B. Du Bois Center. So with that, it gives me great honor and pride and pleasure to turn it over to someone who has also been recognized in Ghana, in addition to the Rastafari community worldwide, our beloved Elder Ras Frankai. Kindly unmute Ras Frankai.
We want to hear that ancient voice, my lord. We're not hearing that glorious ancient voice of yours, Bongo.
Are you any better now? Or...
Yes.
Okay, all right. I say blessed love and greetings to the Rastafari immunity, the immunity of the righteous development of mankind within these present times. Certainly a great privilege and honor to be asked to even address this August gathering here today on this important day, the 129th anniversary of the birth of the King of Glory, His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I. We say glory to word, glory to sound, and glory to power, and glory to the irates of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, and Empress Menen Aspa, that expression of the duality of the cosmic of earth that rules the iration. I would like to say too, as we pay honor and homage to His Majesty, honor and homage to and respect to the ancient 8 matriarchs and patriarchs that have gone before I and I to shed the way. And we are privileged, as Ras Miguel has said, to be in this hour now to perform this sacred duty which has been bequeathed to I and I, namely to bring the Iniversal declaration of I and I philosophy, of I and I intent and objectives to the world at large and to the Rastafari community, which is now seen as universal, as global, and as international. The times that we are living in are the Armageddon times that I and I have predicted from time immemorial, so that it is not for us to be amazed at what these things that are happening, but to be aware that we have been prophesying these things, and now that they're with us, it is to just move to what our ancients had said in terms of being able to withstand this Armageddon, to provide the ark that is carrying us through these tremendous waters of the Armageddon, as we said, Armageddon times. In terms of contextualizing the times in which we live, and into which this whole declaration is pertaining to, I'm often guided by Psalms 2, which, as the psalmist King David says, why do the heathen rage and the people imagine of vain things? The kings of the earth and the rulers have taken counsel together against the Almighty I am, Haile Selassie I, Haile Selassie I, and against his anointed, saying, come, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. And that is truly what we have seen in the establishment of Rastafari throughout the world. Not only was Pinnacle destroyed, the great establishment of Gungu Maharaj, Prophet Leonard Howell. Not only was Mount Jimmy in St. Lucia, the early Rastafari communities of the 70s, and otherwise in the Eastern Caribbean too. One of the early communities here in Antigua, which we call Wadadli, by the ancient Amerindian name, which is really a Rastafarization of the ancient Amerindian name for the country of Antigua. Wadadli, we heard of jungle in the late 70s and the 80s, and that too was destroyed after, police and societal repression against these societies. And of course, the infamous Dread Act in Dominica, also in the 70s, as Rastafari made his appearance here in the Eastern Caribbean. And so, as we have seen then, and I say I'm coming from Psalms 2, to posit the contextualization of the times in which we live, because we have seen these destructions that have been prophesied by Psalms 2. And what say we now? That we must now provide then the stability, the ark that is going to prevent us or provide us with the transition through these Armageddon times to achieve our eventual objectives. And that means why, and I have been saying this too, and others have voiced the same, have seen us the need to re-establish these strong communities. So we give praise and thanks to the expressions that have seen and the various mansions that have existed, and seen towards then the firming up of each of these communities, be they AABIC, be they the Rastafari Nyahbinghi Theocracy Order, be they the 12 tribes of Israel, and all other mansions that have pertained and have called on the name of the divine Emperor Haile Selassie I. And we see then that each of these as pillars shall establish a strong community, a coming of unity amongst I and I. Establishment of a nation on the strong pillars of the different communities that have established in one particular iteration, but in the universal and global aspects also. These pillars of community is what I see that we have to now strengthen, and what I see this declaration is doing to set that universality on I expressions of community and of nation. As regards the declaration, I give praise and thanks, and I'm truly, as Mama Desta had said in the original openings, in a state of total joy on this 129th anniversary of the birth of I King and Father, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I. I hail the inspiration of His Majesty that brought this to fruition. I hail the inspiration that has come from I matriarchs and patriarchs also to bring about this particular declaration. And I hail the great intellect of the ones that have come together to formulate the document, the ones that have come together to form this particular document. Let me say hail up to, as ones have been saying, to ones like Ras Miguel, who has been an inspiration to all of I, particularly here in the Eastern Caribbean, where, as we know, there might have been certain ones who did not have that expression of the universality of the nation of Rastafari, which we are now seeing. As Rastafari has spread after, as the document says, the incubation in Jamaica, throughout North, Central, and South America, throughout the Caribbean, throughout Africa, Europe, and Asia even, as I have seen. Now, in relation to the document itself, any document of this sort, like a constitution or a declaration of human rights and of Rastafari positions, is a fluid document. As I are a dynamic entity also, Rastafari as a whole, so that we go through our different stages, be they the sackcloth and ashes stage, into the more involvement in Babylonic society at large. So in that terms, there will be a few minor things that I would have liked to have seen and will see in future and will reason about in future as we go forward. For we have circulated the document among some of our elders here in the Caribbean and through the Caribbean Rastafari organization. And we will bring up these, but these are not fundamental, these little changes and amendments to the overall overstanding of the document. They are, in fact, we will deal with it, as Sister Desta said, as time goes on, with protocols being established for changes and amendments and even ratifications overall to the particular document. So again, with my praise and thanks and great honor that has been accorded to I, let me just say that, as Sister Desta has been referring to as King Frankai, that was a name which was current when I was in the media situations, which I am not really so much involved in at present. But I also wish to give credence to what she said of our acknowledgement in Ghana and by the Royal Chieftaincy Mpese, where I am now accorded the stool name of Ni Tafarai Aye Osabu Mpese I. And I greet you in the language of Ga, which Mpese is a part of the Ga Traditional Council. Omane Ablau, that the internal blessings be shared amongst all of I. So giving thanks for these few words, and again, my respects to all the ones in the Africa Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding. My respects to the ancient patriarchs that have gone before, to Ras Miguel and to some of the names that he mentioned too, and to that great conference in 1983 in Jamaica, which had put I into that stage of moving towards community, and moving towards the establishment of Rastafari from individual to community and eventually to nation. So giving praise and thanks, ever living family, and giving thanks for these few words and looking forward to the further intellectual analysis and development, not only of the declaration, but of I and I as a nation going forward. Rastafari be blessed and praised. One whole love.
We give thanks. We give thanks. Empesa. Ni empesa.
Yes, I.
And on that note, we got a brief messaging from a good brethren of ours, actually, strong Pan-Africanist, Dr. Wale Idris Ajibade, who is the Executive Director of African Views, and he wrote it, thanks to us, pleased to be witnessing this development, milestone and achievement. I'm so happy. I'm tearing upon the wisdom of our people, the contribution of the Rastafarians who have been marginalized for so long, relegated to melodious protest songs, leisure, and spiritual alternatives. Yet we are so much, much more. Pleased to see the principles and philosophies of our people coming to bloom. And his message further can be read there. So we give thanks for that song. I just thought that was important to read because what we're doing is in the spirit of solidarity. Pan-Africanism, you know. With that, we're going to go to a couple more messages and then we get into the reading. We have is Daddy Bosco with us live on behalf of Rastafari Continental Council.
If I may come in, could I come in just a minute, dear Sister Desta?
Yes,
just 1 minute, please.
Yes, you may.
I thank you. I thank you. I tell you why I interrupt. Because I have beside me here, come up a little more. We have beside me here who just came to my office, Brother Windy. Windy, and I want to bring them at the camera here. Yes, let the camera.
Brother, take off, put on the mic, unmute.
Yes. All right, that's it now?
Yes.
You're hearing me now?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, this is Windy. Right. Windy, who has taught many of us over by Maxfield Park the principles of Rastafari. He has just come to my office. On the radio, I make certain announcements, and a sister sent some funds for me to present to Windy. Nice. And he used to operate in the Maxfield Avenue, Whitfield Town, Russell Primary School. This is a Rasta man that used to give us guineps, yes, oranges, asham, when we were little youths going to primary school, toys and so on. So we thank him, and he has just come by for an assistance which a sister sent to me to give to him. Nice. Yes, sir. Windy, just really greet the gathering quickly.
Can we ask everyone to mute, please, so we can hear Brother Windy? Please mute, everyone. Yes, Brother Windy, we're listening.
Yes, my greatest love and respect and honor to you all. The Most High liveth and reigneth in the hearts and the thoughts of man, woman, and every little thing. Please to remember, we must do all the good we can to all the people and all the children we can, as long as we can. The Almighty liveth and reigneth in the hearts and the thoughts of man, woman, and children. Please to remember to give him glory and honor. And thanks very much for all that you have done for me from I was a little boy until now. Mighty King of Jerusalem. Blessed.
Nice. Thank you, Windy. I thank you all for the interjection, because Windy grew up at the Maxfield Park Children's Home. Never knew no mother nor no father.
Ready, Ras Miguel, we're not hearing you because other people are not muted. So we're hearing Brother Alric.
Yes.
And we're hearing other voices. Brother Alric,
he's now 85.
Thank you.
Christmas coming, I'm 83.
Yes, he's now 83 years old, and we thank you all. Blessings and honor. Give thanks.
Wonderful intervention. We'll take it.
Yes.
Yes, Jadogi, I turn it over to you for the next couple of messages. I think you have Daddy Bosco and First Man.
And this is her number.
Yes,
Makiba is her name. Yes,
You're live now, Jadogi.
Daddy Bosco, are you present and accounted for? I don't see him, I don't hear him. Ras First Man, are you online?
Well, as we wait for them, Jadogi, Priest Doggy, may we go ahead and run the short video from Rastafari United Front with General Toto, who will be joining us later. But we did have a few ones sending some videos just in case we were having technical difficulties. So we'll run General Toto.
Greetings in the name of His Majesty Kadamawi Haile Selassie and Her Majesty Kadamawi Tegemenen. Greetings in the name of the Rastafari United Front. My name is Tautau Haramanuba. I'm the president of Rastafari United Front, a Rastafari civil, cultural, and faith right organization dealing with unity, development, and progress within Rastafari. Our organization is in 19 countries as we speak. We are all over the continent. And then we have a very active branch in Brazil, among other places outside of Africa. We are participant of the new faculty of overstanding. And we being from the beginning, we have been also in our own space, advocating for a new faculty of overstanding, a new faculty of interpretation.
I think we may have a glitch there. So what we're going to do, because General Toto is going to join us later, I'd like to turn it over to my Kingman Prince Merid, who is going to make a statement on behalf of Ethiopia, on behalf of the imperial family. And I turn it over to you, Prince Merid Tafesa Damtao.
ጤና ይስጥልኝ እንኳን ለኃይለ ሥላሴ ለቀዳማዊ ኃይለ ሥላሴ 129ኛ ዓመት አደረሳችሁ አብሮ አደረሰን good afternoon.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you speak a little louder, please?
Speak a little louder. Okay, good afternoon. I'm happy to be with you, beautiful people, on this special day of Haile Selassie's 129-year anniversary. And I am so proud to see us beautiful and rich people, our diversity, which has been used as a weapon against us, our wealth and beauty, which has been used as weapon against us, unite regardless the mansions and different islands or continents we are currently in. So I'm proud to be part of this declaration and a start of unity, because we need this strongly back home in Ethiopia, strongly back home in Africa, everywhere, because we don't have no shortage. We have plenty. So sometimes plenty is a problem. Enemy can use it as a dividing weapon, and some of us were still living, including my family, the royal family of Ethiopia, being called meteorology for one science to quote him. He is a scientist, so he needs facts to accept things which really are. We are already here, and our country, our history, our religion is backed by the Holy Bible all over, but we still been told we are meteorology. So the more we unite, we can reclaim what we already have. Thanks.
Give thanks, Prince Merid, for those words and the reminder, because as Jadogi often has said when we were going through the process, this is about reclaiming that stolen legacy. So I think we have one more video with Dr. Yasantwa Ingidi Archer on behalf of the Africology Institute, and we send our condolences. She lost her sister-in-law yesterday to the virus, to COVID. And so she has sent this video, and this is very important because institutions like Africology Institution will be part of how we disseminate this information. So after this message, we're going to turn it forward to you, Priest Dougie, to introduce the declaration. So Sister Colleen, may we have Dr. Yah's message?
Greetings, my African family, Rastafari. I greet you in the name of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie. I greet you also in the name of Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Wazira Menin, our Queen, our Empress. We give thanks for this day because we are coming straight from the grounds of the Institute of Africology. Here at the Institute of Africology, we have embedded in the minds and the hearts of the people that such a creed, that the hungry must be fed, the sick must be nourished, the children must be taken care of, and we go further to say the youth must be liberated with Pan-African knowledge. We have come to give support to the declaration, as we know in this time, in this hour, such a declaration is a part of our growth as a Rastafari family. Here at the Institute of Africology, we also say liberate the minds and affirm Africa's greatness. Liberate the mind and affirm Africa's genius. And that is a work that I have been given to do. The Institute of Africology is proud and very, very happy that we are now able to set apart because we have a declaration that we will affirm ourselves, we will affirm ourselves, but most importantly, we will come under one unity as we are under one declaration for I and I all, one aim, one destiny. Major Rastafari, guide and protect I and I in all of I and I efforts, now and forevermore. Jah Rastafari.
Yes, I. Yeah, man, we give thanks for that, endorsement from Mama Ya, hard worker, very serious hard worker in Azania there, Without ado, we'll move on now to the reading of the declaration, the Rastafari Universal Declaration. We will start with our brethren, our youth among I and I, Ras Daniel, as he reads the opening segment, which is a speech of our father. Ras Daniel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Blessed love. Can I be heard?
Yes, I.
The Rastafari Universal Declaration. This is indeed a momentous and historic day for Africa and for all Africans. We stand today on the stage of world affairs before the audience of world opinion. We have come together to assert our role in the direction of world affairs and to discharge our duty to the great continent whose 250 million people we lead. Africa is today at mid-course, in transition from the Africa of yesterday to the Africa of tomorrow. Even as we stand here, we move from the past into the future. The task on which we have embarked, the making of Africa, will not wait. We must act to shape and mold the future and leave our imprint on events as they slip past into history. We seek at this meeting to determine whither we go and to chart the course of our destiny. It is no less important that we know whence we came. An awareness of our past is essential to the establishment of our personality and our identity as Africans. This world was not created piecemeal. Africa was born no later and no earlier than any other geographical area on this globe. Africans, no more and no less than other men, possess all human attributes, talents and deficiencies, virtues and faults. Thousands of years ago, civilizations flourished in Africa which suffer not at all by comparison with those of other continents. In those centuries, Africans were politically free and economically independent. Their social patterns were their own and their cultures truly indigenous. The obscurity which enshrouds the centuries which elapsed between those earliest days and the rediscovery of Africa is being gradually dispersed. What is certain is that during those long years, Africans were born, lived, and died. Men on other parts of this earth occupied themselves with their own concerns and in their own conceit, and in their conceit proclaimed that the world began and ended at their horizons. All unknown to them, Africa developed it in its own pattern, growing in its own life, and in the 19th century, finally reemerged into the world's consciousness. The events of the past 150 years require no extended recitation from us. The period of colonialism into which we were plunged culminated with our continent fettered and bound, with our once proud and free peoples reduced to humiliation and slavery, with Africa's terrain crosshatched and checkerboarded by artificial and arbitrary boundaries. Many of us during those bitter years were overwhelmed in battle, and those who escaped conquest did so at the cost of desperate resistance to bloodshed. Others were sold into bondage as the price extracted by the colonialist for the protection which they extended and the possessions of which they disposed. Africa was a physical resource to be exploited, and Africans were chattels to be purchased bodily, or at best, peoples to be reduced to vassalage and lackeyhood. Africa was the market for the produce of other nations and the source of the raw materials with which their factories were fed. Today, Africa has emerged from this dark passage. Our Armageddon is past. Africa has been reborn as a free continent, and Africans have been reborn as free men. The blood that was shed and the sufferings that were endured are today's Africa's advocates for freedom and unity. Those men who refused to accept the judgment passed upon them by the colonizers, who held unswervingly through the darkest hours to a vision of an Africa emancipated from political, economic, and spiritual domination, will be remembered and revered wherever Africans meet. Many of them never set foot on this continent. Others were born and died here. What we may utter today can add little to the heroic struggle of those who, by their example, have shown us how precious and our freedom and human dignity, and of how little value is life without them. Their deeds are written in history. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, OAU speech excerpts, May 25th, 1963, from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia.
Yeah, we give thanks, Ras Daniel.
That
cut and clear the way, and set the path for the rest of the document. It shows you the relevance of what this document stands for. So as we continue with the reading, I will now call upon Ras Sekou to start the preamble, the reading of the preamble. Ras Sekou, please come online and read the first 7 paragraphs for me, please. Thank you. Ras Sekou. Baba Sekou. I'm not hearing him. I'm not seeing him.
Is you hearing me now?
Yes, my brethren.
Okay. You had to give me a pass because my eyes giving me some trouble here.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a pass. Yeah, my eyes is giving me a little bit of problem.
Okay.
Ras Miguel.
Ras Miguel. Baba Miguel. Esteemed elder, we're not hearing him.
Like you and I, Jado.
I don't know if you heard me now.
Ah, yes.
Yes, Miguel.
Yes.
Great.
Irie.
Yeah, man, you can start. You can read the Universal Declaration preamble.
Yes, yes. But just before I do, I must say that my brother Seiko, that it was on Brother Seiko's bed in Trinidad, a bed which we use as our desk. That's where we started the Rastafari Speaks newspaper. So I give thanks to my brother for his outstanding works in those days. A bed that about 10 of us used to sleep on at nights and then work on by day. Give thanks. Whereas Rastafari is a contemporary manifestation of ancient civilization emerging from the Rift Valley region, carrying high forms of traditional and sacred knowledge through the Nile Valley, which upheld the majestical glory of the Creator within I and I. A subsequent spring for Rastafari cosmology, which recognized the heights of humanity before Western presence. And whereas Africans endured brutal and inhumane trials and treatment at the hands of European powers and their cohorts for centuries, beginning with the worst crime against humanity, the transatlantic slave trade, depleting the continent's population while wreaking havoc on our heritage, culture, and spirituality. And whereas Rastafari was conceived as a response and in resistance to the Mahafa and subsequent racialist and colonial systems that perpetuate brutal downpression historically and to date, the founders' clear intent and aspiration was to reclaim the stolen legacy of Africans. And whereas the visionary founding fathers and mothers of the Rastafari movement were down-pressed brothers and sisters of integrity with limited resources and basic education, unlimited faith, fearless advocates for equal rights and justice, regularly imprisoned, detained in asylums, endured loss of life and livelihoods, endured other forms of persecution for declaring an African spiritual, physical, historic, and government within government identity. And whereas the founding fathers declared the African ancestry and identity of Rastafari sons and daughters, professing the right to honor African heroes and sheroes, and praise a Black creator based on an African narrative and revelation, recognizing a Black supreme king and creator from the imperial dynasty of King Solomon and Queen Makeda of Saba, the liberator and comforter, a Baba Janoi of Africa, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And whereas the Rastafari movement, spiritually rooted in Africa and incubated in Jamaica in the early 20th century, has a profound Pan-African foundation with 4 basic tenets: liberation, redemption, repatriation, and reparations for African people, and is distinguished and defined through spiritual, social, cultural, and economic dimensions as well as governmental engagements on various levels, including participation in political parties, running for office, or holding political posts. And whereas the tenets and culture of Rastafari have spread to Africans in the diaspora, influencing many 20th and 21st century Pan-African movements, European and Asian descendants are documented for disregarding, benefiting, co-modifying, and appropriating of Rastafari culture and distinct ways of life, including ganja, Ital living, and return to Africa ethos, amongst other definitive intellectual property, with no intrinsic or economic remuneration to Rastafari, which requires a response for equity and justice. And whereas Rastafari liberty or way of life enshrines principles and best practices in regards to nature and the environment, health and well-being based on African traditions, equal rights and justice for all, promotion of Pan-African culture, access to education and elevation of consciousness, fair and equitable economic structures, and international relations based on morality. And whereas the roadmap of Rastafari has developed over the decades with equal and opposite attempts to derail and or recreate narratives which depart from early teachings, principles, and goals. And whereas this declaration is inspired and informed by the Mekdim or preface in My Life and Ethiopia's Progress, Volume 1, where he says, a house which is built on a strong stone, if rain falls hard and flood tries to take away the house, and if wind blows hard, they could not remove it. My life and my history, if few people who either do not know or make a mistake, or if they are jealous and try to write it as if it is true and make others believe what they wrote is true, is truth. They can't move the truth from the ground. With Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie words. Whereas Rastafari peoples of African ancestry reaffirm their faith, their essential human rights, the equality of man and woman, as exemplified by His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie and Her Imperial Majesty Empress Menen Asfa. The value of each Rastafari mansion, organization, elder, youth, and individual committed to addressing the urgent cultural, social, political, economic, and ideological issues facing Rastafari liberty, way of life, in the 21st century, emphasizing and asserting Rastafari's original goal in a return to I roots, with the ultimate goal of ensuring Rastafari culture is protected, promoted, and preserved for posterity. And whereas Rastafari have assured every effort to achieve, in cooperation with all peoples of African ancestry, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, the realization of universal respect, regard and recognition of their fundamental human rights and freedoms, including the right to repatriate to Africa. And whereas a common concern and overstanding of these rights and freedoms is of the greatest importance.
Ras Miguel, you're muted. Ras Miguel, you're muted.
Ras Miguel, we're not hearing you.
Our right to reign and sustain as a galvanizing force for all Africans. Now, therefore, African Rastafari worldwide proclaim this declaration a collective standard of I&I works and aspirations by and for Rastafari best interests and protection. I&I declare that what is good for Rastafari is good for Africa, and what is good for Africa is good for the world, and that every individual and every organ of society has a duty to recognize this declaration, which, through the pursuit of education, promotion and respect for these rights and freedoms, advance through positive actions, policies and laws, national and international, in order to secure Rastafari universal posterity, effective recognition, and regard amongst the peoples and governments of Africa and the world. Give thanks.
Yes, brother. Rastafari. Yeah, man. That was the preamble of the document. We will now move into the articles, beginning with number 1, ideology. I'll start with A. And my co-host will come in and do B. Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I is the sum total of our ancestors, encompassing the vision then and the vision now, the Alpha, I&I creator, and King of Kings, a founding father of the Organization of African Unity, the OAU, now the African Union, who made a clarion call for African unity and sovereignty. Her Imperial Majesty Empress Menen Asfa is the Omega and Queen of Queens, and feminine energy and balance within the power of the Trinity, namely Father, Mother, and I&I, the children. Malimu Marcus Messiah Garvey, Pan-African forerunner and visionary, championed the return to Africa and Black pride, and remains an important Rastafari icon. Rastafari, incubated in Jamaica and disseminated worldwide, concretized by the coronation of His and Her Imperial Majesties, gained eminence of spiritual influence and references. Founding fathers, including Alexander Bedward, Joseph Hibbert, Robert Hines, Archibald Dunkley, Leonard Howell, and Osmond Shaw, amongst others, first brought the word of the King of Kings to the people of Jamaica, with Howell subsequently establishing Pinnacle as the first Rastafari commune in 1940. Living outside of society were Rastafari brethren who observed the sackcloth and ashes levity, independent of the prevailing colonial rule, in order to promote an ideology of Black liberation theology, the root of Rastafari. Rastafari is a Black liberation and empowerment movement emanating out of and is informed by the global experience of African people. Founding elders discerned and decoded the history of Ethiopia in various versions of scripture, including but not limited to the Maccabees Bible, Kebra Negas, Promise Key, expounded in the Holy Pibi and the Royal Parchment Scroll of Black Supremacy, and the Holy Bible in its original Ge'ez and Amharic version. Also acknowledging the inborn concept of Rastafari retained through I genetic memory, livity, and connection with nature. Rastafari ethos promotes the I concept, which identifies the divine in human, connecting the creator with all creation. A fundamental philosophy of Rastafari is peace and love, which was coined as a defense mechanism against Babylon's system of down oppression, while promoting social cohesion within diverse communities in which I reside. Hence, we denounce all forms of violence. The ceremonial Nyahbinghi theocratic order of service, which includes the use of the harps, is essential to all Rastafari mansions. Rastafari dreadlocks represents outward mandatory expression of inner consciousness, external rejection of Babylonian society, and a celebration of African identity. Rastafari sacramental rites include the use of ganja for spiritual, ceremonial, nutritional, and medicinal purposes. Rastafari embrace and chant the UNIA Ethiopian anthem at the commencement of important gatherings. Here ended the first article. Mama Desta, the floor is yours.
Yes, I give thanks. And give thanks, Ras Miguel and Priest Doggy again and Jadaniel for the previous readings. The declaration also has a glossary of terms that allows us to put terms in context. Many times we're using words and we're saying different things. So the glossary helps do that, as well as footnotes. Article 2, social, health, and education. A, groundation is essential to Rastafari life, where reasoning is central to and important for sharing information while addressing social, cultural, and governmental matters under the principle of collective security within the ceremonial Nyahbinghi theocratic framework. B, Rastafari holy days include September 11th, Ethiopian New Year, November 2nd, Coronation Day, January 7th, Genna, March 1st, the Battle of Adwa, Victory of Adwa, April 3rd, Empress Menen Etege Menen's Earth Day, April 21st, His Imperial Majesty's visit to Jamaica, May 5th, Ethiopian Victory Day, May 25th, African Liberation Day, June 16th, Leonard Howell Earth Day, July 23rd, today, His Imperial Majesty's Earth Day, August 1st, Emancipation Day, August 17th, Malimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey's Earth Day. C, Rastafari Creed addresses I social conditions, hungry be fed, naked clothed, sick nourished, aged protected, infants cared for, as duties to be upheld by all Rastafari Idrin ancestry. D, the Rastafari family, king and queen, elders and youth are all valued forces with the ancients carrying the preservers as preservers of knowledge, the kings, protectors and providers, the queens, the first teachers and nurturers, preservers of culture, representation of Mother Nature and the youth, the future, the seed and strength of the movement. E, Rastafari practices and partakes in traditional healing through the use of indigenous knowledge of herbs, roots, and plants provided by nature, including ganja, defined as the healing of the nation, which should be cultivated in its original atmosphere. F, Rastafari adheres to an ital, non-salt, sugar-free, plant-based, non-processed manai, emphasizing the importance of good health and hygiene and care for the mind and body. G, the well-being of the mind and body are essential to Rastafari liberty, hence the use of traditional elixirs and tonics. However, the consumption of spirits and narcotics is prohibited. Various rights, H, various rights are recognized by different mansions in various ways, including birth, marriage, rites of passage, and transition to ancestral realm, amongst others. I, formal and informal groundation is essential to the development of Rastafari, including the Jerusalem schoolroom pedagogy, which provides life training and critical thinking. I support fully, early to higher education as espoused by His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, Minister of Education. J, Rastafari promotes and embraces African indigenous knowledge systems such as Ubuntu principle and contemporary Pan-African curricula, which lift awareness and higher consciousness as within the I concept. That was Article 2.
Give thanks. Continue on reading Article 3, Rastafari advocacy and government engagement. Article A, Category A. Whereas Rastafari historically rejects partisan politics, we have remained advocates for government engagement in the best interest of Rastafari and all downtrodden people. B, Rastafari founders confronted and interfaced with governments as representatives in pursuit of equal rights and justice for Rastafari and all downtrodden at home and abroad, in a range of concerns from local to international, for better living conditions, access to education and employment, and the right to return to Africa. P, many Rastafari organizations, such as Rastafari United Front, RUF, Rastafari Continental Council, RCC, and Rastafari Council of Ghana, RCG, have been created in Africa to engage with governments and non-governmental entities on various socio-economic and political levels, local, national, and global, regarding fundamental human rights, equality, justice, repatriation, and reintegration. D, Rastafari brethren and sistren have served in various roles, including ambassadors, parliamentarians, and special envoys in governments around the world, representing the best interests of Rastafari and indigenous peoples. E, Rastafari remain staunch advocates for the recognition, repatriation, and reintegration of returning Africans to our motherland, with continental African-born Rastafari helping to lead the process. F, Rastafari historically and currently demand reparations for the continent of Africa and her diaspora, who, but for the transatlantic slave trade, a crime against humanity, and subsequent forms of racialism, would have continued to thrive and prosper, influencing and impacting world affairs. Here ended the reading of Article 3.
Yes, I. Article 4, Rastafari economics. A. Rastafari historic examples of Ujamaa or communal cooperative economic independence include Union Camp, Pinnacle, Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, Boboshanti, the 12 Tribes of Israel, and Zion Coptic, who instituted agriculture, farming, food distribution, arts and crafts, and other creative cultural industries. B. Currently, School of Vision, amongst others, are economically viable, providing a model for economic success, which should be supported and promoted worldwide by I&I, the public, NGOs, and the private sector. C. Rastafari upholds the right to be self-reliant and interdependent within I&I community and supports progressive African business in general. D. Rastafari culture and respective intellectual property developed over the decades should contribute to a strong economic base to benefit and advance Rastafari. E. Rastafari has a duty to employ, train, and empower other Rastafari with an emphasis on youth and women and Africans at home and abroad in order to generate and create sustainable livelihoods. F. The establishment of a strong Rastafari economic collective infrastructure is essential to sustain I&I tradition and liberty, including indigenous informal economic institutions for pooling resources such as susu, partner, bartering, as well as modern methods of financing, including microfinance, credit union, and various banks. That's it for Article 4.
Continuing reading from Article 5, Rastafari culture and heritage. A. Rastafari culture is Pan-African, rooted in indigenous African heritage, governed by the fundamental principles of Ethiopianism and communalism. B. The center of the Rastafari faith is Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia. Rastafari's Mount Zion, heaven on earth, is the African continent, often referred to as Ethiopia in the broadest sense. C. The colors of the Ethiopian flag and the UNIA flag are mandatory and represented in the Rastafari banners of liberation. D. Various Rastafari symbols, including the Lion of Judah, Star of David, Solomonic Star, Imperial Ethiopian coat of arms, etc., are of Ethiopian origin and are to be respected and highly regarded. E. Dreadlocks visage is an intrinsic mandatory part of Rastafari liberty and identity. The dreadlocks represents a higher spiritual consciousness as observed among the Batawe of Ethiopia, the Mau of Kenya, the Sangoma of South Africa, the Nyahbinghi of Uganda, and other African cultures. F. Intellectual property rights of Rastafari must be protected and secured with compensation for misappropriation and commodification as propagated in films, magazines, books, arts, craft, music, and various merchandise. Respect and prior authorization must be sought and obtained for any and all use of Rastafari IP through relevant mansions, organs, and legally authorized representatives. G. The purity of the Rastafari liberty validates and promotes its honored position as a voice for the voiceless and oppressed indigenous peoples of the earth. H. Rastafari promotes the divine spirit in humanity which is expressed in the titles of endearment used in I greetings. Example, my lord and empress, king and queen, prince and princess, brethren and sistren, sons and daughters. I, Rastafari, are among the watchers, protectors, promoters, and preservers of nature and all life forms on earth, as expressed in Rastafari's sustainable, eco-friendly, natural lifestyle. J. Rastafari italivity is an essential part of I concept on agriculture, which is based on chemical-free produce grown in an original atmosphere, ensuring maximum nutritional and medicinal value. Hence, the importance of indigenous seeds bank to preserve the integrity of strains and seeds. K. Rastafari uphold the right to communally and collectively partake in the use of the sacrament of ganja to lift our higher consciousness in Isis to the Creator through the use of the chillum, chalice, and steam pipe, etc. L. Rastafari as a peculiar and specific lexicon originally known as Aitzvar, formulated in the absence of our indigenous languages due to enslavement, reflecting the creativity and spirituality of our people who think and speak in simple, positive, and truthful terms, expressing I greatness. M. In response to various forms of discrimination and dehumanization aimed at destroying indigenous Africans' confidence and culture, Rastafari uses the affirmation Black supremacy as espoused by Malamu, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and Leonard Howell as a form of cultural, political, economic, moral, and spiritual upliftment, restoring the dignity, pride, and integrity of Africans, the mothers and fathers of creation. M. Rastafari royal cultural attire is unique and reflects African tradition, particularly as it pertains to kings and queens alike, of whom many wear head covers and sisters, ankle-length skirts and dresses. Here ended the reading of Article 5.
Article 6, the final article. Rastafari Nyahbinghi Groundation. A. Nyahbinghi Groundation is centered around Rastafari music, which includes 3 types of harps, drums, namely the bass, funde, and akete, aka earthquake, lightning, and thunder, which are accompanied by vocal harmonization known as chanting with hand clapping, rhythmic dance movements, and use of shakers and other indigenous instruments. B. Rastafari tabernacles are specific to each mansion and include an altar with itrates of His Imperial Majesty and Her Imperial Majesty, fresh flowers, and other selected sacred and special items, including books, banners, ganja, and chillums. The fire key is an essential part of the tabernacle, and the lighting of said signifies the beginning of the Nyahbinghi. C. Total reverence and thanksgiving are offered collectively to Kadamawi Haile Selassie and the Tegemenen Asfau through songs, scripture, reasoning, and testimonies with celebration of African heritage. D, and the final, Ital food is provided by the Iniversal kitchen for one and all in an effort to provide the best nutrition for the mind, body, and soul. That concludes the articles, and I turn this over to Ja Daniel for the concluding verse of the declaration.
I need a screen share. I'm not seeing the document.
should have it on your phone. I love it.
Let me just fill in for him if he's not seeing it.
Okay,
I got it.
Are you seeing it now, my lord? This declaration is a summation of the history, present, and future of Rastafari, asserting I basic principles, calling on all to recognize and reinforce these divine human principles, which lead to harmony, peace, love, and justice for all. And sealing up with a quote from I Majesty. We must become something we have never been, and for which our education and experience and environment have ill-prepared us. We must become bigger than we have been, more courageous, greater in spirit, larger in outlook. His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I, excerpt address to the UN, October 4th, 1963. Here ended the reading of the articles of the Rastafari Universal Declaration.
Thanks, give thanks. Can sigh, can smile, can give thanks. However, before we go to open mic, we have delegates who will give a brief comment and then we'll open the floor. So we will start with Benin, coming in from West Africa, Mirja and Pierja, who are responsible again for the French translation. Are you online, Pierja and Mirja?
Rastafari greetings.
Greetings,
family.
Perfect love.
What a joy, what an honor, what a blessing to be together and to have achieved this work. We give thanks for the committee, for Mama Marina, for everybody who was involved in it. We give thanks because for us, it gives us a possibility now to have a document, you know, a document made by ourselves, who give the density of us as the original African people. So we really give thanks, and it's a beautiful gift of His Majesty on his day of his Earth Day. And we know that we will walk forward, we will move forward, we will be stronger, we will achieve more, we will build the nation because we were individuals, family, community. It's time of the nation. And as we know, repatriation being a must, we really need to get that strength so that our motherland understand that now it's time for us to be Universal. Thank you again. Thank you, Mama Desta, and all my brethren and sisters. It's so beautiful to see all of us. Let me try to put our own camera so that you can see us as well.
Yes, lovely, Mama.
Okay.
Lovely family.
Love Rastafari. Mission is live Rastafari. I listen as I menenai. Asante sana.
So no one thing. Every time there's duty, we are present. Rastafari, one perfect love.
Rastafari. Thanks, Mirja Pierja from Benin, representing the West Africa contingent. Now we move over up north a little bit to Niger, where we have Ras Mike Pam, the spokesperson for Rastafari Continental Council, who is one of the mansions that will have a lot of work to do regarding this declaration. Ras Mike Pam? For
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, the powerful voice of Ras Pam, man.
Hell, Selassie, I give thanks, my lords, my queens. What an honor, like Queen Major said, this is a great honor, you know. Not just quite a long time that the idea of this African Rastafari new faculty of overstanding was mooted by Mama Marina, and the email meeting started, and it looks as if it wasn't going to happen. But this is going to show the world, it's going to show everybody that Rastafari can agree on something and plan it and execute it. So I'm so happy that we are doing this today, and we're bringing it out on the day of our King's Earthlight celebrations. It's so awesome. I don't know, down here in Nigeria, I am speaking from Lagos, Nigeria right now. And I tell you that this is a wonderful thing, and I can't wait for this declaration to be handed out all around. We from RCC, of course, would like to get a copy as soon as it's certified, so we can circulate it all around. We need to get all these facts out there so that Mustafa and I can understand and follow these things through. And also, it's very important for us, like RCC, we like all the help we can get in this instance, to impress it on African leaders, to do the needful, because our leaders are actually lagging behind. Our leaders are not doing what they should be doing. And speaking from Nigeria, which is supposed to be the giant of Africa, is just a giant superficially. The giant is sick. The giant is very macheted and very sick. So it's time that we start speaking true to the authorities and telling ourselves the truth too, because we have issues to deal with in Africa. We need to strengthen our leaders so we will start getting things right. So in order not to waste much of your time, as a spokesperson, I speak a whole lot. We give thanks. Rastafari is the Almighty. This is awesome, and we can't wait to run with this. Greetings, Mama Desta. Beautiful job you're doing. Greetings to all the kings and queens. Yes,
give thanks, Rastafari. Give thanks,
Rastafari. Give thanks.
So now we're going to go across the water a bit to my beloved Sister Mahalet Ayele. You saw her children actually representing the future. So that was Zula kids. So Sister Mahalet in the Netherlands, but Ethiopian. Can we hear your voice, please? Your interventions. Unmute, please.
ኦኬ ዋው እንኳን አደረሳችሁ ሁላችሁም ለ129ኛው የኢምፐረር ኃይለ ሥላሴ ልደት, and so greetings in the name of Emperor Haile Selassie, and also greetings in the name of Empress Menen. I'm so honored to be here, and I'm happy for the opportunity given to reflect on this in a few minutes, how this has impacted my work or my life or my family. My name is Mahalet Ayele. I am from Ethiopia, as Mama Desta rightly said, and I currently based in the Netherlands. I'm also an independent Pan-African researcher, and what I did in my last studies, which I did African studies in Leiden University here in the Netherlands, and my research was on the Rastafari community in Ethiopia. I went to the research more with, saying that, okay, there are challenges that the Rastafari community is facing, but actually the result has been different. Yes, there are challenges, but also the strength and the commitment and the endurance that the community has is something else. So I came up with this result, with this thesis, and also I did a film. So mainly in the back of my head when I did research, this research was because I thought that I have a family and I have children who are growing up in this culture, and I wanted to give to these children and to the community something that I can at least provoke the government in the way of, that they can change the policy towards the Rastafari community, not only in Ethiopia, but by the way, also in Africa. We have these people or Africans who are who went out of Africa forced, but then who came back to Africa to live. And then home is not really what the supposed home is, not really treating them like one of us. So that was the reason that I did this research. Now, how this declaration has impacted my work is that, okay, I did this research. There are certain changes from my government or from the Ethiopian government, but also to see this declaration that makes sure that documents, that embodies the social aspect of it, the cultural aspect of it, and education, and also even political engagement in government. All this means, a lot for my children or for the young Rastafari community to be nurtured under such an umbrella. And it's such a joy to witness this, and I'm very happy. Yeah.
Give thanks, Sister Mahalet. I know, Mer, you wanted to say something very briefly?
Yeah, I wanna
about the Amharic version. How important? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, do.
The Amharic version of this document means a lot. I mentioned a little bit about the mythology of Ethiopian monarchy and the whole history, but even these letters we see right here in Amharic, which is very much underestimated, are called and scientifically proven, laid out of Sabian letters. So when we talk about Queen Saba and Solomon and their son Menelik I in the Bible, this is the first language emerged from Sabian language to Ge'ez, then Amharic and Tigrinya. So to have it in such form and educate every African at some point to use this language is a pink elephant in the house.
Pink elephant.
Love it. I love it, my brother.
Oh, give thanks.
Well,
yes,
my king, that won't be bad. That would be bad for all of us to speak the king's language, you know. So it's a good thing if we can throw that line. Respect, my lord.
All right, give thanks. So keeping in the continent and pure, and thank you so much, my daughter, Sister Mahaleta. We want to go to Ras Cause, who helped me so much behind the scenes with producing everything. Ras Cause in the UK, are you online? We want to hear your voice and response to the declaration.
Ira, can the item hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Blessings and love. Give thanks to see the item and Prince Merit. I've been seeing you since 2014 in Ethiopia, my brother. So good to see the eye, you know. And King Frank Kai.
Rastafari.
Yes, Bongo Wisely, Brother Miguel Lon. To be here among such esteemed international guests, and intellectuals is so important. And I would say that this document, man, it's I would say it's well overdue, in fact, because it covers so much. It's so comprehensive, because we've been aware for some time of the kind of free for all in a Rasta. People can just come into Rasta, but this document now draws a line in the sand, and this momentous moment in time of the, His Majesty's iration. So I do give thanks to even be invited to speak on behalf of this hemisphere, because it's such an important document, and it kind of recenters the forward trajectory of the Rastafari movement around Black man and Black woman redemption and the liberation of Africa. So this declaration it reasserts those Rastafari emancipatory core values and tenets that is so needed in this time to reorientate the faith, So give thanks to all the organizers, every one of the item and the co-authors of the document. Make I and I go from strength to strength forward into the future. Rastafari. Give thanks.
Give thanks. The next we have two more delegates. Mama Notlantla, coming from South Africa.
Mbele.
Farai. We have the farmer, Mama Notlantla. Rastafari. Mama Notlantla. Well, we also have Rasipo. So we have Rasipo, Gideon, and Mama Notlantla, who are supposed to be coming in from the south. So many are on, I cannot see who is who and what is what, which is a great thing.
Also, is not the bus online yet?
Mama Desta, picture of the non-clan class. You have Ngozi and you have Mbele.
Mbele, the farmer.
Okay, the SG, all right.
Mama Desta, could I just come in there very briefly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Frankai.
I just wanted to say, giving thanks to those who have been hailing Frankai Molimu Kwame Tafari, Ni Usabu, MPC, hail up to Raspam, who is honorable Raspam, yes. And the RCC.
King.
Bless the love, my brother.
King Frankai.
Hail up to Mayor Ja, let me put it that way, and Pierre Ja too, as repatriates from this Caribbean here, from the island of Guadeloupe, you know, who at even the last, one of the previous RCC meetings was the enabler in terms of translation, since a lot of the activity was going on in English, but also because there were a number of delegates and representatives from places that were purely French speakers, you know, including the Caribbean and including certain states in Africa. Up to Rascos, who have just happened to have met on a different session. And again, just to re-emphasize that the Caribbean Rastafari organization, which has been formulated in response to the need to have representation of Rastafari in governmental and other institutions, like, for example, the CARICOM heads here, and also, too, quite significantly with the Caribbean Pan-African Network, and through that aegis, being able to establish the contact with the African Union. I endorse all the comments that have been saying, and my joy is certainly overflowing. So lest I go on to talk too long, just let us say praises and thanks to the Father, and give thanks for this chance to be amongst my brethren and family, Iniversal, Global, International. Rastafari bless.
Hail him high. Give thanks. Give thanks. I also want to recognize Mikey C, Professor Mikey C, whose home is Ethiopia, but also Detroit, where he's a professor. Mikey, are you here? He came on an hour early. Are you still on with us, Mikey C? Another delegate. Okay, so at this point, what we will do now, I'll turn it over to you again, Priest Doggy, because the floor is now going to be open. Ones will raise their hands, and Priest Doggy and I will recognize for comments, keeping in mind that amendments will be available through a form. So if you're interested in amendments, and also the entire declaration will be available, so ones can make amendments. So at this point, it's general comments on the declaration, and of course the celebration of His Majesty, because that comes first. Oh, Rasipo is here. Okay, Rasipo, let us give you the floor, delegate. Give thanks.
Rastafari, we give thanks on this day, Mama. Coming from Azania, from South Africa, we might be the last to speak, but we have the authority to raise many issues, to say that even if many of you are aware that Azania, it is bleeding, there've been chaos, there've been genocide, there've been killing of Black people in this country. We might celebrate the 129 of His Majesty, but we should remember those who have just passed on in this country. Mulweni, Dumelang, Sani Bonani, the Rastafari community and some of our activists, the legal minds, they will look around this declaration. It is very critical in the sense that Haile Selassie reminded us 51 years ago when he was talking to the United Nations. This might be another African renaissance of Rastafari renaissance. We might be going under rebirth, But what is critical, I looked at the Declaration of Negro Rights of Marcus Garvey of 1920. There were almost 54 rights. When I look at this document, it's almost have gone one right above, 55 rights that we have declared, we have claimed, we have defined them. In Azania in 2012, we had a report by one of the Chapter 9 institutions talking about challenges of Rastafari in South Africa. That report, it is gathering dust in the parliament. South Africa is going through marijuana issues, ganja laws. Ganja laws. And this document comes at the right time. So it is very critical for us as we are sitting and commemorating this important day, which has to be even in our public holidays in many governments. We should declare that the 23rd of July must be in most of the government's national public holidays. It must not be within the chosen few.
Rastafari.
We must find mainstreaming Rastafari human rights issues. I will say, Mama, it would have been or good to hear Mama Nontanta because she was one of the participants of the webinars where she was tackling the issues of economics, ujama, ulima, litsima. And that's where it would have been relevant for us to can touch on that base. Finally, I will say on issues of governance, on the issues of advocacy and government. I want to echo the same sentiments of Elder Miguel Lon, Elder Frankie, as he has a new name now based in Ghana, coming from Ghana, that we need to reconnect Rastafari with the UNESCO, the United Nations Economic Social Council, both at the African Union level and at the United Nations level. Secondly, we need to understand that Ethiopia, as we are speaking now, it is ripe. The Nile River is full now. So Rastafari will not suffer wherever they are. Secondly, the other aspect that is key for us, the restoration of cultural artifacts. It is not only about Addis Ababa, but it is broadly in Benin, in West Africa. The issues of return of the stolen goods, stolen cultural artifacts. The reparation cases. In South Africa, we are going through what we call reopening of cases of the apartheid atrocities that used to be known as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We need to look at the Rastafari cases of the 70s and 80s in this country. So this document again becomes relevant, becomes potent, becomes omnipotent for I9. And if Mom Tester, you can allow me to close, I think when I looked at Marcus Garvey document again, Article 2 of this draft, it has touched on those issues of health, education, and social. And that's where the Rastafari community, the pressing challenges of the 21st century are around socio-economic and the health issues. Hence, the issue of the global coronavirus pandemic is ravaging everyone. Now, how do we unmask the neo-colonial thinkers? We need to make sure that this document doesn't gather dust. This document doesn't go to the Smithsonian, doesn't go to the US, doesn't go to the former colonizers and spies of Rastafari movement. We must make sure that we are able to can confront institutions of higher learning about this document. Elder Miguel Lon, finally, you have said this document must be used in parliaments. But how do we Africanize our parliaments? How do we decolonize the Westminster system of these parliaments? It's the same like the question of universities. We don't have an African university. We have universities in Africa. So this faculty of overstanding our elders, we say, we give thanks for putting a document that can stand those gushing torrents, the document that you have put it clearly with the autobiography of His Majesty about how we should look at the lifespan of this declaration. We must live it, we must practicalize it, we must advertise it, we must put it on our media. We must never fear the Western media cables. And on that note, asante sana, Yabonga, Enkosi, Rastafari, Empress Menene, they are our guide and our keeper in this Iowa. Let us even remember, like I said, Miriam Makeba spoke to the United Nations on the same year Haile Selassie spoke in 1963. Miriam Makeba was coming from Addis Ababa in 1963 in May. But Miriam Makeba, at the age of 29, was able to speak at the United Nations on the questions that we are putting on this document: racial segregation, undermining intellectual property rights of the Rastafari community. Those were conceptualized by Miriam Makeba. And for speaking there, she was banned and she was never allowed to set his foot in this country for more than 30 years. So as we are giving thanks and praises, we must remember Abu Mama B from Azania. We had a patriarch called Mama B. But many elders who have been in Abu Rasipo, Abu Sister Tandeka, all of the Rastafari elders from Soweto, wherever, Cape Town, KZN, I hope that if they are watching this, they should follow the spirit of this document. And I give thanks and praises. Rastafari.
Give thanks, Rastafari. Give thanks, Rasipo.
Profound, Rasipo, profound.
Yes, I.
And in depth.
Yes, Priest Doggy. Wow.
Yes, yeah, man. One more call to see if Ras First Man or Daddy Basco is present. If not, we'll move on to the open floor.
I think Ras Mikey C actually reconvened. Ras Mikey, Professor Mikey, are you there? He was trying to get back in the room.
Blessed. One love, one God, one thing. Last year, the first king of kings. And this man and I, when we done it, then my family, Rastafari, open the door. One love.
Hola. Hola.
Yes, I.
Ras Mikey C.
Yeah, man.
Okay, Daddy, I think you can open it up to the floor. We just remind ones, please, to keep your comments brief. And if you've spoken before, to give others the opportunity. This is I wish we had hours, but there's a limit on the Zoom and with our team in Jamaica that's helping us. So, Priest Doug, I turn it over to you to open up and respond to ones who are raising hands.
Yes, I give thanks. The floor is open. One can raise them, man, and you know the technical team will unmute you and you can speak. So questions, comments, you know, suggestions are welcome at this point. Let me start with the first comment then. Well, the first comment that I would say, you know, I give thanks for this document. It is a living document. So, you know, we look to see it grow, evolve, just like, you know, any living entity. As well as, you know, I man give thanks. It stands as a centralization tool. You know, one of the brethren that spoke earlier said, you know, it is great to see that Rastafari can start an initiative and complete it, you know, bring it to fruition. And this was a great accomplishment, you know, in that area. Because many times we keep these great conferences, we come up with a lot of resolutions and a lot of suggestions and well thought out ones too, but they fall by the wayside. They don't come to any reality. This document has come to that reality today. It is launched, you know, it exists, it is in the public space, and it addresses liberty like no other document has before. You know,
Yes,
I am proud Yeah, man, I'm proud to be a part of that. Any comments?
Empress Ima's hand is raised.
Free her up. Mama Ima, you're free. The floor is yours.
All hail the power.
Before you start, congratulations on the EWF wonderful election and the restart button. It's time for restart. Give thanks, Empress Ima.
Yes, Mama Desta. Yes, I'm so happy today. First I want to give thanks and praises for the one's allowance to speak at this time, and also I want to give thanks and praises to our Most High. This is our glorious Earth Day celebration, all day, 24/7. And I want to big up the Nklan Claws. They say, which Nklan Claw? They're one Nklan Claw. Power, power, Zania, power. Yes, so now repatriation. That was one of it. We need to have the AU welcome us home and claim us as their children. We don't need to come home with the separations of Africa. We don't want to be citizens of Ghana or Nigeria or Gambia. We are citizens of Africa, Africa's children returning home. And let us go out, His Majesty, let us go out. So when we come home, we can claim it as one Africa. Yes, one Africa. I give thanks, yes, as ones and ones know, the Ethiopian World Federation has recently had its convention, and we are uniting under one banner, and we will be dealing, yes, we will be dealing with the sovereignty of Ethiopia. So we won't continue to run to the white man when we have problems. We will run to our imperial Ethiopian government. That is where we must report to. So we look forward to that. And I give thanks and praises for all those who made this day happen for us. That Rastafari, is stepping forward. And that's the last thing I want to say. Mama Desta, you owe me. Rastafari.
Always in service. love, Empress Ima. Who else is it? Shalom, did you have a sound? Unmute, please.
Greetings in the divine name of our Father, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and our divine Mother, Empress Menen Asfa. It's truly an honor to be able to sit in reasonment with our brethren and our sistren for this great cause, this 129th Earthlight commemoration of our King and our Creator, Emperor Haile Selassie I, Rastafari. And I would like to give thanks and recognition to the elders upon whose shoulders the foundation of this faith was laid that enabled a day like today to happen. And I would also like to give thanks to the committee members from the original group and up to those who are presently members of the committee. Commendation for a great and honorable work and service to the faith and the movement. It's truly an honor to see collaboration and unification of I in the diaspora and the brethren and sistren on the African continent. Give thanks and praise again. It is truly an honor. Seeing, even though it's virtually, seeing my brethren and my sistren who, have worked with and, achieve great things with, like Mama Desta, President King Franklin, Brother Miguel, Bongo Wisely. It's really a great feeling to be a part of this. So give thanks and praise. Let us continue the great work. And move the faith and the movement and perfect love.
Rastafari.
Thanks.
Yeah, man, we give thanks. Any other hands raised?
Russ Ivy raising his hand. I can't.
If Russ Ivy is on, just, yeah, give him the floor.
I didn't hear it, I. I didn't hear it, I.
Yes, I. Yes, I.
All right, first, like I'm on say greetings to I'm Majesty. I was last year on the 129th anniversary of his Earth Strong. Also in the name of Final Empress Vajira Menin. Just want to give thanks for the works that all of the islands, you know, have put together. And just asking that and hoping that it will be made available to as much ones as possible. That, you know, one can scrutinize and, you know, give them feed forward in terms of how them see the document. And here at Pit 4, celebrating the anniversary of the Earth Strong of Her Majesty. We have been somewhat of a internet problem, so we have to just be innovative. Luckily, my son is here from the US, and you know, we can organize something that, you know, we can still communicate. But I just want to congratulate the item and the works. And like I say, hoping that the document, I have not seen the document, so I really can't comment on it, but just hoping that it will be made available, that everyone and I who so desire will be able to look at it, you know, and give an eye free forward. So give thanks again. I kind of work together as much as possible to make the goals, aims, and objectives of the Rastafari movement become a reality as quick as possible. Again, I'm on to give thanks. I listen last year, you know.
So Ras Ivy, the question is, what language would you like it in? We have it in Amharic, English, French, Zulu, Kiswahili, Spanish.
The colonial master that.
You want the colonial one?
The colonial master language, and I comprehend, you know, more than any other one. But give thanks for the variation of languages, including African languages, that, you know, it will be put out in. Because it's time that I really start talking different African tongue rather than have to be continuously communicating through, you know, the colonial language. But that is how it is for the time being. So we have to give thanks. Ras Frankai, that's why I give thanks, you know, for the continuation of the works, knowing from then time, from 1983 at the UE conference in Mona, and the works continue at Adesta. 1988 from New York, and Ras Doggy and all the other islands, Seko. Just want to give thanks to my brothers and my sisters on the continent. Just give a chance, and if I reach there before I tell them I coming. So give thanks for the item works. I listen last year, you know.
Thanks.
Rastafari. Yeah, man, give thanks, Ancient, you know. Yeah, man, give thanks for that endorsement. Rastafari. Any other hand?
That's it. Bongo wisely, Jadi.
Bongo wisely. The floor is yours, my brother.
Yes, giving thanks, Rastafari. Yeah, man, on this special day, you know, the 129th anniversary of the King of Kings, you know, I want to give thanks to the whole family who are present at this day, because I know that all now over land and sea eyes is already riding, you know, in commemoration of this special Iowa. Yeah, I want to give thanks, you know, for the ARNFO, ones and ones who really came together to put this session together, you know. One comment I really want to talk on in Article 4, you know, the need for the strong economic collective structure within the Rastafari community. You know, because even we within the Caribbean, from the Caribbean Rastafari organization's perspective, we see that the governments are now moving in the direction of decriminalizing or even legalizing the cannabis. Now, most of them, from their perspective, they only want to talk about medical marijuana and probably some of them would go to the extent of sacramental use of the herb, which we are grateful for. But there is the other side of it, the economic side of it, you know, with the herb, where they're trying to marginalize the Rastafari community and keep us away from that and leave it within big farmers, you know, perspective. So we definitely, as Rastafari, that declaration, definitely I support the whole articles which have been espoused, and I would like to see to it, you know, that throughout the region, that wherever the Rastafari industry is being established, that the Rastafari community in those regions become strong and key stakeholders, you know, within the whole cannabis industry, because that is one of the ways definitely which we will be able to elevate ourselves, you know, from that marginalized position or even that state of deprivation which we've found ourselves, because plenty of I end up, due to police brutality, end up in prison, our family disoriented, you know, our economic structures again were defeated and crushed. You know, so with that declaration, I really want, we of the Caribbean Rastafari organization definitely support the need for Rastafari to be seen as key stakeholders within any cannabis industry which is being established within the region. You know, so I give thanks again for the declaration which has been tabled, and I know, well, there will be room for improvement as we go through in terms of amendments and so on, but based on what has been presented thus far, I within the Caribbean Rastafari organization are fully on board with such, and we will continue to do all that we can, you know, to see to it that this declaration reaches the place where it's supposed to go, as Brother Miguel's in the parliament, you know, among the different institutions, the African Union, CARICOM, heads of government, and, you know, all those regions throughout the world. Presently, the CRO is in collaboration with the RCC, and as we say, unity is the accepted goal. So give thanks, family, on this beautiful day as we continue to celebrate the life of His Divine Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Blessed love.
Rastafari. Give
thanks.
Okay, you there?
Yes, I.
Okay. So I saw Ras Cos and Ras Marcus and Ras Mike Pam in that order. I saw those three hands. No, if you can see the screen.
Yes, I.
Ras Cos.
Give thanks, give thanks. Yes, I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge Priest Dougie and Daniel for the, you know, organizational input in this important moment in time, you know. Could I ask Mama Desta or Priest Dougie just to remind about the distribution of the document, where it will go to different heads of state, African Union, etc. Could I just remind I of that? Give thanks.
Yes, I. Where that is concerned, a subsequent committee, because the work of the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding, our work is finished. So there will be the formation of another committee, another entity that will take this to the next level. However, until we talk about the formal strategies for distribution, these documents will be available. As a matter of fact, they're already available. Ras Ivai has the document in Jamaica, Sister Mitzi has it in Jamaica.
Yes.
And so we will make sure, again, though, that this document is posted in various groups, in the various languages, so ones will have an opportunity to look at it, discuss it amongst themselves. We will also be distributing the amendment sheet. So again, there's a protocol to follow for the amendments based on the articles, that everyone will have the opportunity again, because this is a living document. It is a flexible, moving thing that will grow with us. Priest Doggy, you want to add anything to that?
Yes, I. And like, well, to answer Raskas, you know,
Yes,
like you said, Mama, an entity will be seated to deal with the dissemination wide and far, but differently, you know, we will be trying to get it into all the institutions possible, you know, from the academic to government, you know, to, you know, right down to the mansions, the social groups, everyone that it can serve and it can be a value to. We will try to get it into ones and ones hands, you know, and ones and ones have the freedom to reach out to I and I. And as was stated earlier, there is going to be a window for amendments. And after that window is closed, the document will be ratified and, you know, not indelible, but for this period, this dispensation, it will be the active document until going forward when one seeing the need for revision again. See? So we give thanks to all participants, all who made it possible, because it did not in a vacuum. You know, it was a family collective endeavor, you know. So we give thanks, and like the Virgin said earlier, it is historical because unity has been a fleeting illusion for African peace in general. But as we see this 21st century developing, we can see that unity is getting closer and closer. The solidarity is growing stronger and stronger. And as we endeavor to build the bridge between the diaspora and the continent, our interaction with our brothers and sisters on the continent and throughout the diaspora is getting more solid. You know, we want to get it more regular, where we don't wait until someone passes to reach out, but we keep that constant line of communication open as we evolve, so we can strengthen each other on the journey. What the I don't have, I might have. You know, when I am weak, the I might be stronger. So whatever it is, we can work together as a family and build that strong nation that the Honorable Prophet Marcus Garvey attempted in his dispensation. Haile Selassie did his part within his dispensation. And the other ancients that we have spoken about today, from Bongo Watto to King Emmanuel to all those ancients. Now it is I and I time to leave I and I footprint in the sun amongst those esteemed ones. Yeah, man, give thanks.
Thanks, Priest Doggy.
Yes,
We're going to go to, as I said before, we had Ras Mike Pam and followed by Priest Marcus from the Bahamas. And we have about 20 minutes left. Our host in Jamaica, Sister Colleen, who was really incredible, has had to leave. So we have about 20 minutes left, and I'll be doing the hosting. Please, Ras Mike Pam, followed by Priest Marcus from Bahamas.
Rastafari. Rastafari.
Hi.
Okay, hence we don't have much time. So I wanted the original thing. I wanted to know when the document will be shared, so that once can start going through to make some inputs. But Jadaniel, my king, has just explained that. So I and I await that. But I just want to go back a little bit again to what
but I pray
the royal
Ras
priest.
Mike, I pray thee. It will be available on the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Facebook site. I think that's the most accessible place for it, okay? And we will post all the different languages as soon as this meeting is over.
Okay. I get that now. So I just want to go back briefly to what the king said before, you know, because for some time now, we don't really have any language that we can call our own. So that thing, maybe it was subtle, but to me, you know, because some of us have been thinking about it for a very long time. Even if we get to know the basics of Amharic, it would be nice for us somehow along the line to find a way to inculcate it into our schedules, so that, you know, the youth coming up will learn Amharic. It's very important that we speak the king's language. It's just a side suggestion in support of what the prince said. You know, blessed love,
Give
Rastafari.
thanks. Give thanks.
I'll keep hammering on it until it's done. Yeah,
Give
blessed
thanks. Well,
love.
we have the translation now, so that's the first step. Priest Marcus, please, you're next. And then we have Lawrence Davis, who will follow you.
Greetings to one. And I give thanks family, global Rastafari. Priest Marcus from Bahamas, give thanks for His Majesty, Getaway Haile Selassie, 120 item oil, 1 point for club. Yes, I give thanks for the declaration. The strength I ain't them, you know, because right now I ain't in the Bahamas, I ain't an organization called Host of Rastafari, and I ain't address governments on issues, and it can help I address any issues and clarify certain things through clarity, you know, of I story and I way of life, because through, you know, for years I have trodden through the Manafa and being downtrodden and has overcome, and one God through the story of representing Africa and standing firm to the Black Liberation Movement. So I give thanks to all the elders who stand firm in the struggle. I give thanks to Sister Desta, Priest Dougie, Frank I, Ras I, and I give thanks for all those in the country and just keep the fire burning, you know, Rastafari, peace and love. One perfect blessings on this glorious occasion. I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed one more.
Yes,
Give thanks, Chris Marcos. Give thanks for that endorsement, you know.
Give thanks. Give thanks.
We have Lawrence Davis next.
Greetings, beloved. Blessed love to everyone. Apologies for my lateness. I just found out from a beloved brother who gave me connection. And I wanted to comment because I want to understand how different is what is being done here from what is being done by Diaspora African Rastafari Congress. I'm a bit concerned that we don't want to do too many duplicity and continue to reinvent what is already exists, so it actually could slow us down when we could move at maximum speed by collectively working together with what is there and perfecting what we have. So I don't know if one could help answer that to me, because as I said, I came late to this gathering, and it seemed like one's our intrigue in trying to work together to build something. I just don't want to see us continue to try to outdo one another when we already have something. Give thanks.
No, give thanks, Brother Lawrence, and I'll keep the answer very, very brief again, because we've been talking all day. It's time for you all to respond. But as you said, you came late, so you probably didn't get the understanding of the context. The Rastafari movement, which has been in existence almost 100 years as a response to colonialism, slavery, and all forms of racialism, has never declared definitively who we are, what we stand for. And so what we're doing today is launching a declaration that clearly states where we stand. And a big component of it is solidarity within the Pan-African framework. So, so as to give others the time to speak, you're free to request the document. You can pick it up on the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Facebook page that may give you more, but this is about solidarity. We're not seeking umbrellas, but we're seeking network to work together in solidarity. And this is not at all duplicitous, but it is about recognition, because Rastafari cannot be relegated to, again, the minstrels, the ones that sing the song, as our brother Walde said earlier, you know, and the stereotypes, the one that smoke the big spliffs. We are more than that. And we demand the recognition, we demand reintegration, we demand the ability to give to Africa what we have come to do from the very beginning of this movement by our ancients. So we're going to move right on, but thank you for that question. We're going to move on to Queen Mother Moses. I pray thee. We're going to move on to Queen Mother Moses. I can come forward when we finish with the other hands, but Queen Mother Moses, we're going to give you, and then we have Ras S.A. followed by Raswad. Okay, so Queen Mother Moses, Ras S.A., and then Raswad in Krabia.
Greetings, family, throughout global empire arc, Almighty Rastafari Kingdom. For we know, we say, our Father who art in Zion, we know him come on earth as earth's rightful ruler. Thy kingdom come, whose kingdom come? Almighty Rastafari kingdom. So I give thanks to this 129th, and to the family, give thanks for holding the strength, see, because we know, say, Christ in his kingly character, fullness of the Trinity, because that is what him born as his christened name, Haile Selassie, and we took at the third coronation, everything in Trinity. We're giving thanks, and I want to move forward in unity, and I hear comments on both on here now and outside and whatever, and we really do want to move forward in unity for our Holy Father and not duplicate works, etc. So we would really like to see, especially since we know that Dark had already been going to mansions, etc., to get the input in for that unity too, that it continues together solidly. So I have unity as one, and those start a new organization. Blessed love for all those few words.
Rastafari, give thanks. Okay. I think we had someone else before Raswad. Who did we have? I don't see him anymore.
Ras S.A.
I don't see him anymore. Ras S.A., are you still there? Okay, you can rejoin then after Raswad if you're not on, and we'll put you right on next, so we can keep it moving. Yes, Raswad, give thanks, Rastafari.
Yes, blessed love Empress, give thanks and praise to everyone. I just want to be brief. I'm really full joy and fully appreciate what I am seeing today. That this level of international unity is what is needed seriously. And I think we should continue, especially on a day like this. The whole Rastafari world should be on this network this evening to ensure that this level of conversation take place. I just want to big up the item to have that persistence and determination to bring the thing to this level. Rastafari.
Give thanks.
Few words, but profound words, my brother. Few words, but profound. Give thanks for that.
Ras S.A., you can unmute. We recognize you. Okay, let's go to Ras Mikey C then, because we had called on you earlier, Ras Mikey C, and I know you're having some technical difficulty. Join us forward, and then we go forward to Ras S.A.
Blessed love. Give thanks to ones and ones. I just want to block a sound the same that I before had just said. It's such a joy and a pleasure to see this type of union under Rastafari banner and this type of groundation being set so we can set forward what our ideologies are for all institutions and institutions all around the world. So I give thanks for being present and for the presence of ones and ones, and give thanks to Mama Desta for always, being that link and that connect. So much love. Rastafari bless.
Rastafari, give thanks. We have now joining us. This is a very important voice, and to echo the sounds of Queen Mother Moses and our brother Lawrence about not being duplicitous, but how do we strengthen each other? Just as the body have an eye, and the eye don't do what the finger do, and the finger don't do what the foot do, and the toe don't do what the elbow do. So we all have to be part of this one. And this document, because this is what we're here to do. We're not launching a new organization. We're launching a document, a declaration to centralize I&I, that all mansions, organs, individuals, Rastafari family will be able to utilize in our arsenal of weaponry for shared goals. So with that, I want to introduce General Toto, who is doing incredible work in South Africa, known to us all with the Rastafari United Front. General Toto, can you come on, please, if you're hearing me, and unmute?
Salute, General. Blessed love. Greetings to everyone. Welcome, Kedemawe Haile Selassie Lidet. Hamle Asrasidist. Greetings, my honorable Lul, sitting next to Mama Desta, Lul Merit. Give thanks and greetings to everyone. We give thanks for this historical moment and for this opportunity to be launching this Rastafari Universal Declaration on this 129th anniversary of His Majesty Highness Selassie I. I'll just have to begin by a bit of apology because we were supposed to do the Swahili and the Zulu translation, but our Zulu translation was incomplete due to a short period of time. But that is an effort worth uploading that now we are fulfilling the prophecy that no tongue shall not be heard or language shall not be heard. So this movement, it is filling up the earth in all the languages of the world. Although it's not necessarily all the languages of the world, but at least we are getting there. So I'm sorry, Mama, I'm always busy running around. I've been busy the whole day trying to also organize for you some video where the ISIS are presently taking place. But due to time differences, there have been some ISIS the whole night. And then when we wanted some video now, the live video, people are taking a rest and they're going to be starting again in the next 3 hours from now. So I really apologize to our international community. It was necessary that we should share with them the vibes of South Africa. That being said, I also congratulate Elder Priest Dagi on his book, which we can't wait to read and we can't wait to distribute it around South Africa here among the millions of the Rastafari we have. Is such a great work that I, being a Rastafari from the age of 12 to this old man now that I see with all white beards, so we not say that, it's a wealth of experience. So we salute. It's the greatest honor for have been working with all ones and ones, Jadaniel, for holding the fort through and through. I know it was one of his seminal work or seminal international work, but he did it with the utmost proficiency. We give thanks for that, even for those who sticked around from the beginning to this time until we reach to the declaration. So we're just hoping to get the full text, the fullness of everything, and then we start to distributing among those whom it is deserved, which is the Rastafari community.
Give thanks. Give thanks.
I hear there's some interjection. Or it was Daniel.
You know, we're just saying, Jack, give thanks, give thanks.
Yes, Mama, give thanks. And give thanks to everyone and everyone's contribution. Everyone's contribution is very valuable as we are gearing to our 100th anniversary of Rastafari movement in the next 9 years. So we are hoping that by that time we would have taken this to the next level, which is higher than this level. There's always a higher level. You know, Mandela said, when you climb the mountain, you reach the top of the mountain, you realize that there is still another peak to climb. So we know that this is an earth trot. We are from eternity to eternity, as Leonard Howell teach. So there is no end. This is just another milestone worth celebrating on this anniversary of Our Majesty's 129th Earth Day. So I don't have much. I have much to say, you know, I always have much to say, but I don't know in this particular instant, what am I expected to say, because I just came in and I can feel
all,
that.
My son.
You said it, my brother. You said it. You said it, my brother. You said it.
You said it all, my son. And there'll be plenty more to say because this is the first lap, and we're going to be looking to the youth, particularly to carry it to the next line, the next goal post. You know, so we give thanks.
What I would really ask you to even just give a short sound on is the impact of this document in the item struggle in Azania there in South Africa. How this document will impact the item struggle. If I can just, you know, expose on some of that, that would give I a joy.
Yes.
Well, one, it will contribute towards Rastafari unity, which is a constant striving that we are striving for. Although there is still a lot to be demystified and actually conceptualized deeply when it comes to unity, because most ones confuse unity with uniformity. So when you say unity, they'll be saying, how are we going to unite with people who don't read Bible like myself? Or how are we gonna unite with other people who don't do this, who don't do that? But we are all Rastafari and we're working for Rastafari. So we need to clear up that part, and we understand that there are conceptual things that needs to be cleared up and to differentiate the difference between unity and uniformity. But the next level that it will also contribute in is in the level of development, in terms of our developmental thinking on a global level, that we are all on the same page. And it must be very clear that this is not a new organization, because Rastas, they're always afraid of a new organization, new ideas, and always displaying this weakness that somebody's out there to convert them and somebody's out there to change them. So it is very clear, and that is the work we are going to do. We're not going to let the document speak for itself. We must speak for the document, because it's always a problem. You know, people can still read a document and still come out with a contrary conclusion. And then the third level, which is, it is the level of progress, that at least if we can all progress together, Nyahbinghi, Boboshanti, 12 Tribe of Israel, Melchizedek Order, Bagehase, Mau Mau, Bakalipi, Rasta with no manction, as long as we are say Haile Selassie, and we say Haile Selassie is our God and King, is one people of the Almighty. So I think it is going to be very, very impactful on conditions that we take the document and also we hold some workshops, some Jerusalem schools, and dissect it and break it down and invest in that, in moving around, going to, I mean, in South Africa, Nyahbinghi alone has got like 57 tabernacles. So you can understand, if you have to move around all of that and to have some reasoning, it will take time, but it's worth doing it, because it is our universal declaration, and all of us, we must be on the same page about it, and all of us at least must be on board. So it is just the opening up the work, which is collective work, which is collective, leading to our collective security. So in South Africa, we just went through a massacre of 184 people, Phoenix massacre. No media is talking about it. They just shot them last week by the Indians. Indians just shot Black people in KwaZulu-Natal. So we are a country in a permanent state of revolution. All in all, the number of people who died out of last week's unrest since President Zuma was arrested, there are about 347 people, and no media is talking about it. There is a block out media about this thing. So we are going through a lot. So anything that can enrich the mind of the Rastafari, as we also participate in social cohesion programs, interfaith programs where Rastafari, we participate with other faith communities to talk about peace and all of these things that is necessary for reconciliation and transformation. So I think it is going to be helpful, Prince Dagi, and more other information to that effect will be very much welcomed, so that we keep on informing our people, because information goes alongside with a lot of misinformation. And there's also a lot of misinformation going on. Like, there are people who are saying this new faculty, it is about people who are questioning Rastafari. It's about people who are trying to change Rastafari, and they generalize it because I'm part of it. It's like everybody in this group is like me. You know, everybody in these things. So those who don't like some of us, they throw this whole thing out in the name of saying, oh, again, they want to change Rastafari. But Rastafari is in transition. As Ras Aikel Tafari wrote in his book, Rastafari in Transition, that this is a movement that is in transition. So we must get used to new information, new ideas, that will build us. I don't believe that there's any one of us who have studied His Majesty in his entirety, his speeches in his entirety, and break them one, and take all of those wisdom and try to apply them. So if we keep on reflecting on His Majesty's teaching, we are going to keep on coming out with new ideas, new principles, and new concepts that is taking us forward. So just in brief, I'll say it is going to be helpful, and we give thanks that we have actually reached to this point where we are launching and celebrating this Rastafari declaration.
Give thanks.
Please don't get see Ras SA back on. He was or she was holding her hand. Ras SA, you can unmute and speak. You're not unmuted. Ras SA. Aha, there you go.
Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. One love, one love. Mama Desta, can you send somebody else before me, because I'm having some issues here with my network.
Okay, and who is that, by the way? Who is speaking? Can I hear? Daddy, did you notice another hand? Because we want to make sure we're recognizing.
But Daddy, I don't know if I could say a few words at some point.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
While the Virgin work out its technical difficulties, the floor is free. Got you, brother.
Yeah. All right. Give thanks. Give thanks. In listening to the reasonings and the different submissions, I just want to point out that, and really, that's the beauty of putting out a document, because the feed forward now is that we are learning so much, you know, and it's a good thing that brothers and sisters have been given until the 31st to make submissions. So I really don't think our committee work ends today. I think it would really have to carry until the 31st, so that we can word in some of the suggestions which have come in today and which more than likely will be coming in. A few things that I just want.
Yes, I.
You hear that sound from Ras Miguel?
We're putting us on extension.
It's okay, husband. Can I give it another week? It's okay.
Well, let's just clarify. Our NEFO had a committee will be disbanded today, but the draft committee will sit for another couple of weeks just to finish up the amendments and our submission. Yes, I.
Now,
so the ratification process, which is important, can happen, because we want full ratification and acceptance across the board. So this document can be empowered and it can assist where we have heard today in many areas that it is needed. Give thanks, Rasmi.
Yes, and some beautiful areas. For example, you know, I'm very happy that the brothers mentioned like Mount Jimmy. That was a raid in St. Lucia, which was a pivotal part in terms of the movement there. The killing of Charlie Boo in St. Lucia also. And we would see how we could put in. Frank, I had mentioned another incident in Wadadley. And of course, the Dread Act in Dominica. We really have to put in something regarding that seminal times that the brothers went through there, which that law, whereas the practice in other countries, especially Jamaica, was similar to the Dread Act, but the act itself to actually state it, that you, not just police, but that a citizen could shoot a Rastafarian on sight. Yeah, we'll have to say more word that in.
That's the Desmond Trotter, Raskabinga era.
That's the whole, yes, Desmond Kabinda Trotter. And we want to mention his name also, because some of the pillars of the movement in the Caribbean, people like Ras Sekou, you know, there's a Sekou in St. Lucia. My brother Sekou, he was at one time the financial secretary, the financial controller for St. Lucia. He played a pivotal role along with Ras Wisely in terms of establishing there. Then, of course, you have Frankai, you have Ras Kabinda, and then you have Ras Dulaish, and Kenja in Martinique.
And we can't forget Prince Nana.
Ras Miguel.
We can't forget the women as well, because there are
Truth
many
and right.
women,
Yes.
many sisters who have been a part of this narrative as well. And so we hold them up, including Empress Marina Blake Esquire.
Highly.
Again, you know, had it not been for her regenerating this energy and this call that our ancestors made on February 5th, when she sent out that email to say, Wagwan, what happened to the culture? What happened to the liberty? So we do give thanks for that, Ras Miguel, and we're committed to seeing this through.
Sister Desta, with permission, just to remind Miguel also about the atrocities in places like the British Virgin Islands, who had summarily denied entry of Rastafari, and even in the lesser Caribbean too, you know, in that terrible island of the 70s and 80s, as the eye would have known Ras Miguel, you know, where locks were just not permitted to go into a particular country.
So this is why it will be very important, because we have an amendment form, and that amendment form will allow us to structure, because the hardest challenge I think we had as a committee is, how do we take reasoning, foundation reasoning, right, and turn it into these articles that are under 30 words or 40 words each, that make impact and can be read and presented. So it's not books and books and books. So because already we were asked, how come it's so long? We don't think it's too long, but nonetheless, these amendments are going to be really important, and we're relying on those who are here to sharpen. I remember the first amendment I got was Queen Mother Moses. She said March 1st, not March 2nd, you know, on Adwa. So little things like that. And we've also added EWF, Ethiopian World Foundation, as the emperor, as one of the founders of that. So in terms of hands, are we back to Ras SA? Because I really want to honor those who have been patient, holding their hands, and have not had the opportunity to speak yet. Ras SA, are you with us?
Might I just finish off here?
Yes,
Ras Franca had mentioned constitution, but we're not going so high yet, because constitution now is a law that will be ordering people to follow, and that if you fail to follow, sanctions will automatically set in. Not there yet.
I overs.
Right. So we'll tariff for now at declaration.
Yes.
But not too long from now, it will move up to the level of constitution.
Yes.
This was so important, this distinction, because our mansion, Nyahbinghi, so many of our mansions are going through developing constitutions and guidelines and code of ethics and these things, and those are quite different than what we have done here.
Truth and right.
Declaration, as I said, it is part of the toolkit that I can use, and it will be a very important force. Ras SA, are you forward with us yet?
More like a Bill of Rights. More like a Bill of Rights then.
Yes, within that context. And again, we say, you know, when we speak about the Declaration of Human Rights, that's something that we can all pull on and all feel that it represents us, and we're covered under it. This is what we want for all Rastafari, to feel and know that there is a document that does indeed cover them. So again, some of the questions coming in asking about the amendment forms. African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Facebook page will make sure that Daniel is posting all of these forms, particularly the amendment one, and again, all 6 languages, just to repeat: English, French, Spanish, Kiswahili, Zulu, and of course, Amharic.
Highly.
Give thanks, Ras Miguel, for bringing those distinctions
very much
to the table. Priest Doggy?
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. And it's a centralization document as well, you know, as we have to look at that aspect of it as well. It binds us together. while you say the mansions are developing their own constitution, code of ethics, and so forth, that governs individual mansions, this document ties all of that together. This is an universal document that, like you say, covers every family, individual, mansion, from your Rastafari. It covers you.
Okay, give thanks. And I think the fact that we, as I was bragging between Jadogit, Ras Miguel, myself, and Raseku, over 250 years experience in Rastafari. To buttress Toto sound about Elder Jadogi, imagine, eh? So it's a duty that we have. It's a responsibility because we had the opportunity to be reared, if you will. We lived with, we ate with, we sat with, we were chastised, we were reprimanded, we were taught, we were put in the fire by the ancients, you know? And so this is about duty. This is basically not shirking our duty, but we will be relying on many of the youth. Ras SA, are you forward? If not, I'm seeing a couple hands raised. I'm not sure if those were raised from before. Raswad and Rasipo. If you're going to speak, because we have about 10 more minutes and then we do have to seal up. Raswad, was your hand raised from before? And you?
Yeah. No, I'm not
You're
anything
okay?
more to say.
All right.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just listening.
All right, very good, very good. Jadaniel, and before Jadaniel though, Raseku, please, I pray thee, my Lord, you were such an important force from the very beginning. And I remember one of the first questions that Raseku asked the group back in February 2020. He asked about trust. Trust. And it's something that we take for granted. And it's not the kind of trust, okay, if I put on my handbag with $100, I'm going to come back and find 99. It was trust of our abilities, trust of our loyalty, trust of our capacity, and trust of our stick-to-itness. And so, Raseku, here we are today, July 23rd, launching. Can you please share a few words with us before we get ready to seal up on why trust was important for this process? You can unmute, I love it, please. Raseku, we're not hearing you. Raseku?
Yes.
Yes,
Are you
I
hearing I know?
you know. Yes, I love it.
Yes, I give thanks. Yes, give thanks for all the energy that we have today on this gracious, remarkable, memorial, impacting day. 129 years celebrating Their Majesty Earthstrong and the launching of this great document that we started to germinate over the last 18 months from amalgamation of conversations and discussions on the forum for the new faculty of overstanding, African Rastafari faculty of new overstanding. We give thanks, yes, the concept of trust was very vital and is still vital and will always be vital among I and I, because one of the things within colonialism and neo-colonialism is the fact that they have made us to be a people who distrust one another in all aspects of the world. And therefore, it is a great thing whereby I and I could come together. Some fell along the way because of whatever egocentric or egotistic aspect. But the whole idea that we were able to bring it to a conclusion. Still have work to do, as Brother Miguel rightly indicate that this core of workers, the work still continues probably until after the 31st, because new ideas will be still coming in, new people with amendments will still be bringing forth, and so on. And the whole idea that we could still work together as a union, as a universal entity is so crucial. in this time, because the only way we could get anywhere is through unity. As the African proverb say, if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, you go as a single person. If you want to go further, you go together. And I think that is the whole concept of where we are today, and following in the memory and in the minds of their Majesty Haile Selassie I, we see who called on I and I to unify as a people, as African people, as Rastafari people, as Black people. We need to bring that together, the trust among one another in all aspects, in every aspect of the world. Give thanks for the coming together. Give thanks for this gracious declaration, and we go forward with more strength and more power.
Yes,
Their
sir.
Majesty is with.
Rastafari, give thanks. Priest Doug, if I may, Dawn White has her hand raised. Sister Dawn, we're going to ask you to keep your comment brief, please, because we do want to get in a couple more, but we want to hear the sisters' voices. Please, you have the floor, Sister Dawn.
Greetings, Sister Desta. Blessed love to the gathering.
Perfect, Lord.
Out of, they say, with every dark cloud, there is a silver lining. And I give thanks to be part of this gathering, the silver lining. Because it's out of COVID that I and I have been able to interrelate internationally without having to find plane fare, accommodation, and the works. So give thanks for this international gathering. Now, Sister Desta, I have to give thanks for your comment not too long ago. And within the declaration, we'd like to bring forward, I'd like to bring forward that wherever we have the term brethren, we put sistren with it.
It's there.
One section it missing, so we have to go
we'll make sure. Give thanks.
and whenever we are talking about the atrocities meted out to our people, I and I in the past, there is a list of brethren's name. There is no list for the sistren. And when we refer to the sistren, we talk as if they are just one. So, and the sistren them. So the sistrens don't have names. They are just a gathering. And the brethren, Ras this, Aya this, Bongo this, brother this, and the sistren them. It's time I and I try and prevent or try and practice calling the sistrens that have gone through the same atrocities. They too have a name. I and I are not invisible. Give thanks.
Give thanks. And Sister Dawn, we're going to make sure, please, I pray, because many times we come on, we block these songs, but please fill out the amendment sheet that we can get these names and these specifics. This is very, very important. So thank you so much for that intervention.
Give thanks.
For a reprimand.
Well, we consider it an intervention, beloved, because we are building. We're not. Yeah, everything we're doing here is in love and strength into one another. So
Blessed,
we give thanks. I love it. Yes, sir. Rastafari. I saw Seymour. Okay, you have the floor, Ras Seymour. And again, we're watching the clock. Go ahead, beloved.
Greetings, Rastafari family. In the name of Exhibier, Garamawi, Nigus Nigas, Karamawi, Haile Selassie I, we say Jah, Rastafari. I have a request to read the declaration one more time before you all seal up. And on behalf of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, I'm the international chaplain. We want to give thanks to everyone here on this Zoom call for the words that y'all have done in the name of Rastafari. So we, the Ethiopian World Federation, give thanks to the item. Blessed love, Rastafari.
All right. Give thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other hands raised? We're looking here. We have about 5 more minutes, so we can take maybe 2 more quick comments. I see Galaxy J2 Prime.
Galaxy rolling out to
Yeah, greetings, Rastafari. Give thanks for the gathering on a special day like this. 129 years of His Imperial Majesty Earthstrong. Give thanks. I'm calling from Panama. I'm Ras Buki.
Rastafari.
And I give thanks to Ras Bongo Wisely, who give us the link to link in to this reason. I really love it. And may the Most High guide and protect each and every one, so this work can manifest correctly and in benefit for all of Rastafari globally. Jamaica, South Africa, all of Africa, Central and South America, in every language. Keep the words going. I want you to include the youth though. There's some youth need to be included, and new folks, new Rastas supposed to include it when you're doing these kind of works. So I think the ISM need to start seek out for new Rasta youths to get involved in this, so it can be very strengthened for the youth them also. Rastafari.
Rastafari. You know, I'm a mother of 10. I've given birth to 10 children. And one of my children said to me, born and bred in Rastafari, Mommy, your generation did not hold us accountable. So we have actually raised a generation of youth who did not choose Rastafari. We as youth, Jadogi at 12, me at 15, and rest of us, Queen Mother can probably attest to this, as teenagers, we chose this. No one came and pulled us up. So we are encouraging the youth now, step up. We need you. Don't wait. Don't wait for us to come and knock on the door. This is your time. We played a video earlier of a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, Sister Mahalet's 2 children who said, we demand the right to be educated. We demand, this is what we are demanding. So we are demanding of the youth, step up, take this instrument, the declaration, this tool, put it in your toolkit, come to us, volunteer. We need you. We want you.
All right.
Yeah, and then to add to that, Mama, you know, I know that Ras Daniel seems like an elder to the work that he has been doing amongst I and I. But we do have a youth that sits on this committee that represents the youthful energy, the youthful creativity, the youthful ideas, seeing that has helped to shape this being what it is. So just wanted to interject and let everyone know. It was not just elders seated. We did include a youth component. We would have
I don't want
more,
to get it. Rastafari, don't get it wrong what I said, Rasta. Just follow what I have said. It's good to see more youth and seek new Rastas face, new Rasta wants them to join with the work, because the item mostly work with ones them who they item know mostly. So it's very good to open the door, as Mama Dexter said, that she have a lot of children and stuff like that. We do give respect, but not to be a botheration, but just try to include some more youth. Even myself, I leave my email there on the chat. So I hope you all take my email and let me know what's going on whenever you're doing something that I could be able to assist or join. That's what I'm saying. Just let me see the youths them also. Enough respect to the elder them. We love the elders them. So one heart of love. Keep this going. Don't stop. Don't let no energy stop it.
So, you know, I love what you're saying, and I want to give you a responsibility as a youth IMPL, where this committee is concerned, and I'm going to share our information with you. I want you to gather at least 7 youth who are going to be committed to the next step of this declaration and bring them to the table. If you can bring 20, bring 20. But it is your responsibility. What is your name, I love it?
Rasbuki.
Rasbuki. Good. So we're giving you the charge to bring the youth to the table, because we need you. And with that, maybe Jadaniel can block a sound as to your role and where do you see, you know, what this journey has been, dealing with all these elders buffing you and buffing you and
Yes, no, we love the elder then, man. Ras Miguel, enough respect to Ras Miguel, enough respect to Ras Frankai, Bongo, Wisely. These are great brothers that are around us. We give thanks for them. They know what I'm saying. They know exactly what every word I've said. They know what I'm saying. So my love to you all. Keep this going.
Yeah. So this is why you're not getting off the hook. You have a responsibility now. We're waiting on you. We need you.
Okay. Okay. I'll try my best. I'm not gonna back out now.
Rastafari.
Rastafari, lead the way.
Right. So, can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes,
So, I mean, it was a journey, you know, from February of last year until now, you know, with the pandemic and everybody, the world was, you know, in turmoil, you know, and it really gave us time to focus on something like this. But even with our being focused on this, we had people dropping out left and right, you know, from the committee, and also in you know, people dying, you know, we went through a lot to produce this document. It wasn't really easy at all. I mean, to get the information from the community, it took a lot, you know, because people are doubtful more times whenever ones and ones take up initiatives for whatever reasons. And so we had to go to the drawing board a lot, you know, and rethink things over and over. And just, you know, to be persistent. It took a lot of reminding and calling people and texting. And I mean, you know, it wasn't easy, but, and it was very demanding at times, sometimes not so much, but we stuck it out and you know, we finished, we crossed the finish line, you know, today. And we give thanks that everybody was here that tuned in. And we pray that ones and ones will view the video in the future. You know, one brethren did ask if we could reread the declaration. And that's not possible because of the time, but you can look at it on Facebook at the African Rastafari New Faculty of Overstanding Facebook page. It's there. And also it'll be uploaded on the African Liberation Network in the near future. So you can watch it again and you know, hear it read, but also it'll be distributed, you know, in email form or, you know, whatever, however we need to get it out, we'll make sure that everyone can have access to it. So just, you know, stay tuned and the information will be there. But, you know, as to seal up, I would say the youth, it's our job to really make ourselves present. You know, there was nobody that came and found me. I responded to an email, and because of my response, I was chosen to help with, you know, working. There was no like defined roles or anything. And just organically we formed and people did what they would, we did what we do, you know. Mama Desta pushed out a lot of documents, I mean, left and right. And Priest Dougie and Empress Marina and I and Sister Mitzi and Raseku and countless others. I mean, you know, the names were there. Rasila and his Empress and plenty of others, you know, played pivotal roles. And, you know, they had a lot of impact in how this document formed and just the process and everything. So I just give thanks, you know. It was character building, community building, network, you know. And we pray that, you know, one of the benefits and one of the effects that we would like to see is that not just that we have this declaration, but we seek to network more and more with each other as these different organizations and mansions and things like that try to do things together, not just exist and know that we're all Rastafari, but to actually work together to build the kingdom, you know? So with that, I'll seal up. Give thanks. That's the love.
Give thanks. Give thanks. Rasipo is asking for another round of reasoning. We're just gonna ask him to keep it short, so we can turn it over to Priest Dougie to seal up. Okay, so Rasipo, you are recognized for a short response, and then over to Priest Dougie.
Give thanks, Mama. The point that I just wanted to raise was that under Article 2B on the Rastafari Isla days, for the past 60 years, Africa has been listening to other continents, but Africa has never been listened to. We need to revisit the traces, footsteps of His Majesty's visits even to other African countries, so that when we are creating our cultural heritage roots, we look at the visit of His Majesty to Malawi, we look to His Majesty's visit to other countries. we try to link even all these Isla days to our educational curriculum, so that these days they don't become spiritually observed only. We look at these days as even they become, others they say they become commercial days, but we should never go that route. So it is critical for us when you look at this declaration that it should benefit even the Rastafarian communities who are in the African soil.
Absolutely.
Hence I said that it is critical in our reasoning with the elders that the future of Rastafari lies with the current generation. And the current generation builds for the unborn generation. It is critical what finally...
I pray I want to make it clear that none of these comments that are being made and excellent suggestions are going to be put into amendment form. It is your responsibility to put all of these, because this is crucial what you're saying. Most of these days indeed are celebrated. So I want to give you that homework, Rasipa, because what you're saying is crucial. I pray go through with the floor. Go through.
Not true, Mama. Just to round up on Elder Dagi when he was asking the impact of these documents to Azania. I think this impact, it will assist even in the Southern African region, because we should not look at our region, South Africa, without the neighboring borders. We should look at it to benefit our regional connections, which they are looking towards South Africa in most instances. So that's how one looks at the beneficial of this document, that it can be even contested, but if you have views, if you have facts, because people can have opinions, and they might end up practice bigotry, which His Majesty warns us about bigots and bigotry. So we should avoid the remnants and the elements of bigotry in our engagement of this current document. And I want to give thanks once more, Mama, to say we still give thanks for many hours that we have been sitting. I will not second the reading again of this document, because we have to have our Omega watch, you know. We have started from our side 4 o'clock, it's almost 8 o'clock. It was an intense reasoning, and we still give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks for that. And on that note, we will turn it over now to Priest Doggy. I see he's engaged there, but Priest Doggy, please, can you go ahead and let us seal up? And again, just to reinforce that notion that none of the comments that are made are going to be put in the document until you send them to us. We need you to send us these documents in the amendment form, that we can have the reconsideration to add them on in the days to come. Priest Doggy?
Yes, and remember now, you have a window until the 31st of July to submit all information for amendments. You know? So give thanks again. We give thanks to everyone that made the document possible, everyone that has been a part of all the programs that we have hosted so far, everyone that has taken time out today to be a part of this launch, you know, and we intend to continue to collaborate as a family on issues that affect all of I and I. Glorify.
Rastafari. Give thanks and praises to the Most High. Love, love.
Behold how good and how pleasant it is for I and I brethren and sisters to dwell together in love and unity. Man says like that precious ointment that is poured upon the head, that run it down to the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirt of his garment. It's like the dew that descended upon the mountain of Zion. For there, our Lord and our Savior established love, unity, blessings, grace for I and I, seen through his mercy and his love. Most High, Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Guide I and I as we go to our several steps.
Empress Nonai, blessings for the balance.
And guide I and I through and through.
For the Moses.
Most High.
COVID is an internal thing.
Selassie,
Restoration of the
Rastafari.
Omega principle.
Blessings.
Blessings.
Give thanks.
And
Give
bless.
thanks.
Yes, but even in our prayer, we have to keep on saying it. We have to keep on and say it. And notice even with the elders, we have to keep on and remind them about Empress Menin. Declaration, declare the divinity of our Holy Mother also. Blessings. Rastafari, give thanks to set the way for the Father come.
Article 1, Article 1, Article 1, Article 1.
Sis, Article 1. What you say? You see how me first get it first edited, so you know me read it.
Article
1. We just have to internalize it and keep saying it, you know?
Yes, sir.
That's it. Every time we say Jah Rastafari, Emperor Haile Selassie, I must say
And Empress Menin. Yes, yes.
Balance it. One love, give thanks. Rastafari.
The symbolism of the dual coronation.
Blessings. Love one of my family. Great words. Love one of. I'm echo Dan White. I'm echo. And you know, say, everyone.
We're hearing the
blessings.
Love
blessings.
You, Rastafari. Love.
Give thanks.